Hey everyone, how are y'all? J Rod, how are you? Can everybody hear me okay? I need to make sure that I have settings done properly on here. Okay, good. Hey, see you later. How are you? American Princess, how are you? Scooby Doo, how are you? Okay, I just want to make sure that everybody can hear me. Gigi, happy birthday. Hey, Julie, how are you? Uh, hey, musical. Okay, so is Nightbot just not going to show up because he's had already too many nights off and he's just still lazy? Wait, what a baby. I have missed all of you as well. Hey, JJ, how are you? What the heck is up with the Nightbot? Oh, here. Okay. Now he finally decides to start working. So, email is pinned to the top of the chat. PV Steve, how are you? Wait, what a baby. Honestly, didn't think he was going to start back working. She forgot to tell you how good looking I am today. All right. Make sure y'all have y'all's chat on live chat. And if you have not done so, please hit the thumbs up. As one, how are you? Whisper, how are you tonight? Whisper Nightbot, just he's lazy sometimes. Honestly. Hey Justine, how are you? Norman, how are you tonight? Let's see, Lena from Truth and Transparency found a white Elantra that belongs to Emma Bailey's boyfriend's brother. Yes, Norman, someone had sent that information to me today. Very interesting. And it literally looks like the car that Moscow Police Department were looking for. Justine, we're all doing good. Thank you. Hey, Nina, how are you? Emma, JJ, Emma is the girl that she was arrested. I don't know exactly what day she was arrested, but it was her and this other guy. I don't know if this guy is her boyfriend. It has been said that they had a thing going on. But Emma and this guy had sold some drugs to the Caden Young guy. Hey, Sheila, how are you? Um, Caden had ended up ODing and passed away because they had sold him some drugs that had fentanyl in it. And Emma allegedly, hey, Lori and CJ, was friends with Kaylee and Maddie and Zan and all them. Cherokee Raider, how are you? And I forgot exactly what day it was that they were arrested, but this Demetrius Robinson dude, he has a brother who lives in Tacoma, Washington. And if you look up his address, he has a white Hyundai Elantra, looks just like Bryan Kohberger's, looks just like the one that they were claiming that they were looking for, sitting in his driveway. And somebody had sent me the information that Lena from Truth and Transparency had found it, and I went and checked it out. And sure enough, she has it over there. This is very interesting. Okay, so have y'all heard about Bryan and his new attorney? Like he still has Ian Taylor as his attorney, but he has another attorney. And her name, I just had her name wrote down. What did I do with her name? Well, crap. Hold on, y'all. It's Eliza something. I got the. Let me just go to the thing and pull it up here. Hey, Werewolf Queen, how are you? P Fox, how are you? Eliza or Lisa G. Masseth is his new attorney's name, and she's actually going to be the co-counsel. Emerald Queen, how are you? All right, let's see if I can get this pulled up tonight. I do now have a new computer. I'm hoping that it's going quicker than what my old one did. Hey, Crime Solver, how are you? It seems like it's a lot quicker, White Widow Baby, but I am going to add some more RAM to it. Hey, Glowbug, how are you? No, Crime Solver and Taylor is still his, I guess, first chair, main attorney, whatever you want to call it. This Elisa or Eliza woman, she is actually his co-counsel. Callie Dom, how are you? See, I'm great to sleepy, so if I'm quiet randomly, okay, Emerald Queen, that's fine. Don't feel bad. The last 2 nights that I took off, I tried to catch up on sleep, and uh, I'm still tired. See, okay, didn't want Vapor to be disappointed. I think honestly, Crime Solver, if Ian Taylor wasn't there anymore, I think it really would hurt his feelings. Yes, Michelle, I went and got it today. It's not exactly what I wanted, but it'll work for now. And then later on, I'm going to start ordering some parts, and Troll is going to build me a computer. So this one, all I'm going to do is just add, it's got like 8 gigs of RAM. I'm going to bump it up to like 32. And then it should be good for that. And it'll be good for the streaming and all that. It is a gaming computer, and then he's going to build me another gaming computer. And that way it'll be exactly what I want, all the parts that I want. It'll have the speed and the memory and all that I need. And then I shouldn't have any other problems as far as streaming and all that goes. All right, so his new attorney, she did do a notice of appearance. So it says comes now Elisa G. Masseth of the firm Elisa G. Masseth PLLC and files this notice of appearance as co-counsel capital qualified for the above named defendant. All further proceedings and correspondence should be copied to co-counsel at the above address. Hey, Princess Megan. This was dated May the 8th. I can't remember. I think I went live on the 9th and I had mentioned something about it, but I didn't have a chance to go through the documents from that day. So he now has this lady who was on his team. From what I have heard, this lady is like badass. She actually represented a client that had his story was on America's Most Wanted. And the dude had, and I actually have it, and this is all it is. It's just this one page for this. Um, she is not a public defender. So I don't know if Latah County is going to pay her just like they are Kootenai County for Ann Taylor, or if Ann Taylor is going to be paying her. I don't know how they're working that out, but she's not a public defender. Let me get into my thing here and pull up this article about this lady. Yes, American Princess. She is death qualified. Okay. Let me stop this so it will play whenever I pull this up. Dennis, how are you? Let's see. It's Bethany. Wait, what are we talking about? I see somebody say something about Bethany. No, then lost the comment. Chill Chaser, how are you? Let's see. Well, the great attorneys that everyone else is paying for. I don't know. Hold on, y'all. I need to cut the fan down over here because I know y'all can hear that through the mic. It's like super loud. 1 second. Default right now. Okay. Dennis, thank you. And yes, that does remind me. Happy Mother's Day to everyone. I will be doing a stream Sunday, but just in case I forget tomorrow night and don't see y'all Sunday, I would like to wish all the mothers and all the fathers who have to be the mama too, Happy Mother's Day. See, don't attorneys do so many pro bono hours a year? I, P Fox. I'm sure there are some. I don't know if that's what she's doing or not though. Okay, so it says Idaho student murder suspect Bryan Kohberger hires a new high-profile lawyer who worked a TV case. She is self-proclaimed the best in the state of Idaho when it comes to criminal defense attorneys. All right. Okay, so it says suspected University of Idaho killer Bryan Kohberger has hired a new attorney who previously worked a case that appeared on America's Most Wanted involving a man who received 4 consecutive life sentences plus 50 years. Hey, CJK, how are you? Elisa, I don't know if it's Elisa or Eliza. So Miss Masseth, I'll just say that. has been added as co-counsel for Kohberger, who faces 4 charges of first-degree murder and another charge of felony burglary for the murders of students Maddie, Xana, Ethan, and Kaylee on November the 13th in their off-campus Moscow home. Massett, who attended the same university as the 4 victims, is certified to defend death penalty cases and filed a notice of appearance with the Second Judicial Court on Tuesday, Fox News has reported. So, according to her website, Massett is qualified to defend clients facing the death penalty, and under her About section online, she also claims to be one of the top criminal defense lawyers in Idaho. I told y'all she was self-proclaimed. She claims that she is the best. Let's see, someone, how are you? It says, hello all, how are you? When everything comes to light, this case will be studied for years to come, in my honest opinion. I agree with that. There's going to be people in, like, students in college writing about this case. All right, so she is Idaho's Criminal Justice Panel representative and a former president of the Idaho Association of Criminal Defense Lawyers. She also spent 11 years on the board of directors before becoming the president. Massa's previous cases included the overturning of a conviction for a man accused of attempted murder and kidnapping. The man wound up receiving 4 consecutive life sentences plus 50 years, according to the National Registry of Exonerations, and the case appeared on the popular television program America's Most Wanted. Massett, on appeal, was able to convince the court that the witness mistakenly identified her client. Billy, how are you? Let's see, if the new attorney is so skilled, why not make her first year and take Anne down a few pegs? Emerald Queen, that's a good question. But I don't know if that is. Hey, Amy, how are you? I don't know if they're gonna leave Anne as like first year because she was appointed to him because he can't afford an attorney, so he has to go through the public defender's office. And that is the reason. I'm pretty sure Ann Taylor had something to do with this lady joining the team. And now that they're saying that this lady's had something to do with a case on America's Most Wanted, I'm pretty sure America's Most Wanted, their views have probably skyrocketed. People are probably going and trying to find this story on that show. All right. So she convinced the court that the witness had misidentified her attorney or her client. This is her. And if I'm not mistaken, I think it was King Scarlett had sent me a picture of her the other night, the last time I was live. All right. So Mathis joins public defender Ann Taylor, who will earn $200 an hour while working on the murder case as part of Kohberger's legal team. Taylor was appointed to represent Kohberger soon after he was extradited to Idaho from Pennsylvania. So Taylor had counseled slain University of Idaho student Xana Kernodle's mom in an unrelated drug case when she suddenly withdrew her services on January the 5th, leaving the grieving mother even more devastated, which I'm sure we all remember that, and everybody was saying conflict of interest and all this and that. Rich, how are you? See, I can't stand chat, but I had to say hello. I'm hoping Looney Lori enjoys her meet and greet with Teabag in state prison, yada, yada, yada. Yeah, today was a good day in Lori Vallow's case. Now we just sit back and wait for the 90 days for her to be sentenced and then on to Chad's trial. Okay, so Xana's mom says she was heartbroken because she trusted her. Taylor pretended that she was wanting to help me and to find out she's representing him. I can't even convey how betrayed I feel. That is what Kara, which is Xana's mama, had said. Taylor, who is the chief of Kootenai County Public Defender's Office, was the attorney for Northington In at least 2 cases, she was defending Northington after the mother was arrested and hit with drug possession charges on November the 19th, 6 days after her daughter and 3 others were killed allegedly by Taylor's current clients. So she dropped that case when she was appointed by the judge to represent Kohberger. So that's probably the reason. Hey, Cricket Moon, how are you? That's probably the reason why she's going to stay the main counsel. And this other lady is just coming in as a co-counsel. Let's see. In my honest opinion, I've been spending too much time on this case, reading, lurking Facebooks, asking local questions for weeks, and I think either BK was framed or is a cog in the bigger machine, in my honest opinion. Someone, honestly, anything is possible with this case. It is completely crazy, and there's twists in here. There's new stuff coming out every few days, new sources and new people popping up and saying stuff and wanting to come forth and tell their story, and it's just a whole big crazy thing. Child's trial is a year away. Dennis, I wish they would have started his trial right after Lori gets sentenced, but okay, so it says Kohberger has yet to enter a plea, but his former public defender who represented him in Pennsylvania until he waived extradition to Idaho said that the 28-year-old expects to be exonerated. So he is currently waiting trial in Latah County Jail. His preliminary hearing is set for June the 26th. And what is today? Today is the 12th. We have 44 more days until the prelim. Let's see. Commander about nothing back. Okay. So that is all about Bryan's new attorney. It seems like Ann Taylor is putting together like this top-notch A-team for Bryan. Strongly subject. Based off today's verdict, Taylor will make a plea deal. Upstairs, I think so too. Boomer girl, how are you? Yep, I really see him doing that. And I do have the video of the reading of the verdicts tonight or today. I will play at the end of the live if for those who hasn't seen it. I was gonna go live with it. I was literally driving into town to go pick the computer up when they announced that there was a verdict. I knew that there was no way that me and Charles could make it to the store, grab the computer, be back home, and have it completely set up before the verdict was read. So that's why I didn't go live with it. But I do have the video for those who have not seen it. See, my husband, who hates my focus on true crime, brought up a case that was overturned because of the TV show 48 Hours. That's interesting, Cricket Moon. Musical, I saw that. I literally wanted to cry when I heard the verdict. Whenever I read it on Twitter. Vapor, how are you? Crime Sleuthin, how are you? Sleeping offline since end of February after finding my dad. Oh, Crime Sleuthin, I'm so sorry to hear that. Wait, that was a little time, but here for a bit. Miss your loves. Crime Sleuthin, we're going to keep you in your family in our prayers, honey. I'm so sorry to hear about your dad. Vapor, I'm doing good, thank you. Vapor, really, you haven't missed anything. The only thing that I read was about Bryan's new attorney. Elisa Massett is her name. And she claims that she's like the top defense attorney in the state of Idaho. Good, thank you. Boomer Girl, yes, I'm doing good, thank you. And I can actually pull that back up. See, between Letitia and Lori, good riddance to truly. Yes, Amy, that is true. Hold on, let me pull this back up for those that are coming in that didn't get to see it. About Bryan's new attorney. So this is basically all she put out was just a notice of appearance. It's hard. Lost mom 5 years ago now. I feel like an orphan. Oh, crime sleuthing. Please don't feel like that, honey. You much her crime friends in the strike. Well, just know, crime sleuthing, we are all praying for you and your family. So sorry to hear that about your dad, though. Hey, Stevie, how are you? Okay. So anyway, this is all that was put out, Vapor. Ann Taylor is going to be still his main counsel. This lady will be co-counsel, and then he also has the Jay Logsden, I believe. Hey, King Scarlet, how are you? That I think he just go. He always every time he does any type of court documents, he puts in there that he's a litigation attorney for Bryan Kohberger. Who is paying for all the attorneys? See you later. Kootenai County Public Defender's Office has reached an agreement with Latah County that Latah County will pay Kootenai County $200 an hour for Ann Taylor for the first 40 hours. Anything after 40 hours that she works in a week on this case, that $200 will then go in Ann's pocket. I want to say that the co-counsel was supposed to be like $180 an hour for the first 40 hours. And then anything after 40 hours, that 180 goes into the pockets. Vapor, no, she was found guilty on all charges. Hey, Cammy, how are you? So I am assuming because this lady here, this Miss Massa, she is not a public defender. So more than likely, whatever Latah County is going to pay is going to go straight into her pocket. So that was all that was put out on that. She was just doing her notice of appearance, letting everyone know that she is now his co-counsel. Justice A to C, how are you? What was the Joker's reaction? She had no emotion, honestly. And I've got the video. I'll play it when I get done with all Bryan stuff. But she had no emotion. And I had read where she was upset with her attorneys because they, in their closing arguments, tried to say, basically put all the blame on Chad. And it was said that she was upset with them. But before the verdict was read and they brought her into the courtroom, she sat down and was kind of laughing and talking with them and all this and that. And then she had to stand up when they read the verdict. And yeah, you could tell she wasn't too happy. She literally thought she was going to get away with it. You could tell she was upset. She really was. Okay, so I do have a couple of different court documents I need to get caught up on just so I can get them because I mean I've read every other one to y'all. These are not that long. So I'm gonna read over them real quick. Let's see. I skipped that trials for a reason. Cricket Moon, it was I played all the audios and there was some really bad stuff that we had to listen to. And I honestly thought that Lori was going to try more shenanigans than what she did, but she only really tried to do something that one day. Okay. So let me get this pulled up now. So they are still fighting the non-dissemination order or the gag order. Hey, PM Dizzy, how are you? They were, or well, they did have the Gonzalez family. Their motion hearing was scheduled for May the 25th. Well, after that was scheduled, and I can't remember if I told y'all this to begin with, but after that was scheduled, then the media coalition comes in and they bring their case to Judge Marshall, like the Supreme Court told them that they should have done to begin with. So after they bring their case to her, then she says instead of doing two different hearings, with one with the Gonzalez family and then one with the media coalition, she wants to hear both on the same day at the same time. So it has been rescheduled for May the 22nd, which can be live streamed. They have provided the link, the key to the login key, everything for that to be live streamed. If y'all hear noise in the background, don't pay attention. It's the cats in here playing. So I've got that paperwork as well. That's going to show the date, the time. I know it's May the 22nd. I believe at 10 o'clock in the morning. Yes, Emerald Queen, I'm going to stream it. So it's got all the logins and everything. And does say that it can be live streamed. So that's what we're going to do. It's going to take care of the Gonzalez family. It's going to take care of the media coalition. Bryan, they're literally still fighting the gag order. So let me get this one pulled up because this one here is a motion to reconsider. And it was dated May the 4th, but it wasn't put out until May the 9th for whatever reason. All right. Hey, Drew, how are you? Rich, have a good night, and thank you for stopping by. Web Weaver, how are you? Was out and lost. Okay, I'm just catching up. Y'all have an enormous palmetto bug is terrorizing me on my screen port. Okay. Let me get over to this. All right. This one's only like 4 pages long, but it has to do with the Associated Press and all the different media people. They call themselves the Media Coalition. That's what they're going by. Instead of it's easier to say that instead of trying to like name everybody that's involved in it. So it says, with each passing day, the amended non-dissemination order dated January the 18th of 2023, also known as a gag order, carries irreparable harm. At every step, the interveners have acted quickly to vindicate their constitutional rights and to stop the irreparable harm. They formed a nearly 30-person coalition, retained counsel, and filed a challenge in the Idaho Supreme Court in 19 days from when the gag order was issued, and they filed a motion to vacate in 7 days from when the Idaho Supreme Court directed them to seek a speedy, and adequate remedy in this court. Okay, Cricket Moon. So the Idaho Supreme Court similarly acted quickly, setting an expedited briefing scheduled 3 days after the interveners filed an amended petition and granting 2 motions to intervene without full briefing, while maintaining the expedited merits briefing schedule. Respectfully, this court's decision to wait 3 weeks to hold a scheduling conference to then set the briefing schedule instead of providing the next available hearing date to trigger the briefing schedule set in the Idaho Rule of Civil Procedure 7B3 and the Idaho Criminal Rule 45C prolongs the irreparable harm caused by the gag order. Accordingly, the interveners moved the court to reconsider its order dated May the 4th of 2023 in either one, state enforcement of the gag order pending a decision on the intervener's motion to intervene and motion to vacate the amended non-dissemination order to avoid any additional irreparable harm while the motions are briefed, or to set a hearing on the intervener's motion to intervene and motion to vacate the amended non-dissemination order on the next available date. So that which is on the court's calendar to trigger the briefing schedule in the Idaho Rule of Civil Procedure 7B3 and the Idaho Criminal Rule 45C. So that was signed by Wendy J. Olson. Werewolf Queen, thank you so much for the super chat. She says, for the cat toy fun, I suggest catnip. Thank you. That was very nice of you. I'm going to have to get them something. They've been playing with a tennis ball and they're driving me nuts. Okay, Gigi. You go ahead and rest, honey. All right. So, like I said, that was signed by Wendy J. Olson. It was dated May the 9th. And then it was just sent over to Latah County Prosecutor's Office and Taylor Jeff Knight, and they also sent it to Shannon Gray. All right. So let me grab the next one now because they do an objection to the motion. Let's see it. Probably a trial run for the live stream, and someone will fuck it up. Probably someone who wants no live stream from now on or on the trial. I'm going to, hopefully, I will be able to mute out, because if y'all remember the last thing that happened whenever they did a thing like that and people didn't, it was with Jarrett's, I believe it was. And they could hear people talking in the background because they wasn't muted. And then the judge ended up not wanting any more of the court proceedings streamed. So hopefully that doesn't happen with this. Hopefully everybody will be on their best behavior who is live streaming it. And then the judge will continue to allow court proceedings to be live streamed. See, I think KG's dad will take justice in his own hands if he has to, in my honest opinion. I know that there is an article that was put out where Mr. Gonzalez and Christy, his wife, did an interview with ABC, and I think Troll had sent it to me when he found it. And he says when Bryan goes to court and all this non-dissemination order and all this and that, this hearing, he said he's going to bring it. Honestly. And I just don't see the Gonzalez family the type of family to back down, which I'm glad that they're not, because, that's what you're supposed to do. Everything that they're doing, that's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to stand up for your family who has been tragically murdered like this. All right, so let me find the objection to motion. That's what I need. Okay, maybe this ain't the one I need. There is one that I need. I just gotta find it. Give me just a second, y'all. Because there was one. I thought I wrote it down, but maybe not. Okay. This one up now. Okay, Boomer Girl. And King Scarlet, yes, that is exactly who it was that you could hear talking in the whole Jarrett thing. It just messed it up for everybody. Did you see that he said the siblings? Yes, they're given all four students, or all four kids, the colleges, they're giving them their degrees. I don't know who's going to be accepting the degrees for Ethan, Xana, or Maddie, but I did see where Kaylee's siblings are going to walk and they're going to receive her diploma. And there's supposed to be one graduation or one ceremony, I believe, in the morning, and then one tomorrow afternoon. I think that's what I read earlier today. And let me see. Let me go into my email real quick, because if I'm not mistaken, I have an article about. No, I don't have it in there, but I can find it. Um, for each thing that the kids were going to college for, they're giving them that degree. Because I mean, the murders happened November the 13th. Kaylee was going to be graduating. Was it December the 13th? December the 12th or the 13th? She was supposed to be graduating from college. And then Maddie, I think she was supposed to be graduating this month. Ethan was just a freshman. And then Xana was a junior. So she would have been graduating next year. But they're going to give them, all four of them will be receiving their degrees for what they were going to college for. Okay. Let me fix this so that y'all can see it a little bit better. Okay, so this is the objection to the motion to reconsider the order dated May the 4th. And I believe, and let me just look at the order real quick. And okay, I just want to make sure that I did read that order to y'all. And I did. Okay. All right, so this says, comes now Bryan C. Kohberger by and through his attorney, J. Weston Logston, Chief Deputy Litigation, and hereby objects to the motion to reconsider order dated May the 4th of 2023 on the grounds that the media's motion to vacate the amended non-dissemination order raises factual issues that Mr. Kohberger requires additional time to prepare for. This is, how long has the non-dissemination order been out? Since January, I believe it is. And he still needs time to prepare for it. I mean, it's like he's trying his best to drag this out. That's what it seems like. Let's see, Xana and Ethan are getting certificate. Okay, so I knew Xana was supposed to be getting a certificate, but I thought Ethan was getting the degree in his field. I wish I wouldn't have took that article out of my email, but I'll have to see if I can find it. Of course, he is objecting because everything being said is helping him. I don't get why he's. I mean, just face what you've done. Instead of dragging this out, these families have been through enough, and he's just drag assing around with all this. Wait, what up, baby? It's the one talking about the kids, Kaylee, Maddie, Xana, and Ethan, about them getting their diplomas and stuff like that. I had it sitting in my email, and it was an article that was like from a couple of days ago that I'd put in there, and on a night that I didn't go live. So today I took it out. Okay, so it says the media argues in its motion that it is irreparably harmed each day by the court's amended non-dissemination order remains in place. In essence, the media argues that this court should grant a temporary injunction against its own injunction. It claims that this was the intent of the Supreme Court because it moved quickly to determine that its petition for a writ was filed in the wrong forum and using the wrong vehicle. So what the media fails to note is that the Supreme Court provided no such directive in its written decision. It also failed to note that the petition for a writ was purely legal issue, whereas it is repeatedly argued the basis for the entry or the amendment of a non-dissemination order is a question of law and fact. And it's saying, see in the memorandum in support of the motion to vacate the amended non-dissemination order at number 12. So the media seems to be acting on the premise that the order should simply vanish now that it has arrived on the scene. Instead, the court has reasonably and correctly recognized that the proper path forward is a hearing where the parties may show what evidence there is of prejudice and the potential for prejudice to Mr. Kohberger's 6th and 14th Amendment rights to a fair trial from the removal of the non-dissemination order in the case. But because the media coverage of the case has been intense, and because Mr. Kohberger plans on providing expert testimony on its damaging effects, Mr. Kohberger will require additional time and will not be prepared for such a hearing on May the 22nd of 2023. So, what type of expert testimony on the damaging effects is he supposed to present? Or is he wanting to present so he's not going to be prepared by May 22nd? He does not want the families to be able to speak and keep the focus on the victims instead of the that's what it is, because it's going to be about the Gonzalez family and Kaylee and the other victims. It is not going to be like that thing right there in all the media. It wouldn't be just, it wouldn't have nothing really to do. I mean, it would have something to do with Bryan, but it wouldn't be, all the attention wouldn't be on him. Okay, thank you, White Widow Baby. I'll check the email in just a second. Think this is just bullshit to try to buy time for nothing. I mean, it, like I said, it's the gag order has been in place since January. I don't remember the exact dates, but it was put in place in January. Then it was amended afterwards. He knew that the Gonzalez family have been fighting this. The media coalition has been fighting this. I mean, they've been going through the whole thing through since February the 6th they did the petition for writ of the mandamus or writ of prohibition. They did that February the 6th through the Supreme Court. So he knows that they've been fighting this. So how does he not have time? Hey, Tonka, how are you? And that's exactly what it is, cautiously. It's a stall tactic. It seems like every little thing that Ann Taylor and them are doing is kind of like it's calculated, and it's a tactic. They're claiming that he has expert testimony that he wants to present at this hearing, so he needs time. They're also claiming that Tonka, I'm doing good, thank you. They're also claiming in several different things, they've claimed that there's exculpatory evidence that could get him off. Hey, Elliot, how are you? Misty, how are you? I wonder, honestly, this exculpatory evidence, this expert testimony, I wonder if they really have it. Or if this is just some bullshit that they're putting out there to make everybody think that they have something. Let's see, 98% of the public has forgotten about the case. We are the 2% to be in the know. I mean, a lot of people have moved on from this case, but there's still a lot of information that's out there about it. And honestly, Glowbug, I don't think he has anything either. I think this is just something that him and Ann Taylor have came up with, and for whatever reason, they're bringing this big, top-notch attorney on with their team. My last is, who is his expert testimony? I don't know. I mean, it seems like they started it literally not long after the non-dissemination order was put in place. So they've known that this has been out there. They've known that the media coalition, they've known that the Gonzalez family have been fighting it. Him and his attorney should have been, if they have some type of expert testimony or evidence that they want to present or whatever, they should have had it together in order to present it. Joke's on them when he's found guilty. And I think, I'm gonna be honest, I wonder if they think in their minds that he's gonna be found guilty, so they're just doing whatever that they can to stall it out. And maybe they think that something's gonna pop up, or some miracle's gonna happen, um, that could possibly help him get off. Because I just don't think they have anything. And I think and that's why I put on my thumbnail, like, things don't always appear to be what they are, however I put it. But it seems like Ann Taylor's trying to present it to the public that they have something when they really don't have anything. Let's see, roadblock after roadblock. My last is who his expert is. I mean, honestly, I'm curious to know what he has at all. And if y'all remember, it says in that uh, Don Daniels, the thing that I had read to y'all the other night, where she said that she had to let Ann Taylor and the team into Bryan's apartment, and for whatever reason, Ann went into the bathroom and she took a receipt. I wonder what that receipt was for. Because for whatever reason, it was important to her. Scott, how are you? Let's see. I think there's more to the story. There's at least one more person. I still think that too, Tonka. I think that there's someone that helped him in some capacity. And there was something else that I noticed. I got to go back and find where I read it though. But in some of those papers that was from Washington, it said that they were looking for, it was in a search warrant, that they wanted them, whenever they went in and did the search warrant on his apartment, and it was his apartment, his office, and the storage unit, or storage locker, or whatever they called it, that they wanted any receipts that was found in the apartment that showed that he owned a knife, sword, sheets, and it was something else on it that was like a knife or something. It wasn't a knife or sword, but those were named on it. But it was something else. That if they find any receipts that showed that those items had been bought, they want the receipts. Now, it didn't say anything about any other, if they found receipts with anything else on it. They found the 3 receipts in his apartment. They found the Walmart receipt and then the 2 Marshall's receipts. And that was the only thing that was mentioned about receipts in that search warrant. That's what they were looking for, was if it showed that he had bought, it was a knife, the knife sheath, a sword. I forgot what the other one is. Is it a dart? Is that what it was called? I can't remember. I have to see if I can go back and find it. And that was, so apparently those receipts that they took, and everybody was wondering what was on those 3 receipts. I wonder, I mean, honestly, it had to be something to do with a knife. Hey, Riddler, how are you? Or a sheath or something, sword, whatever. It had to have had that on it for them to take it. Okay, I still don't know. Oh, wait, let me go back up in the chat real quick. Let's see. I still do not believe that there's anyone else, but at this point, I hope there is to testify against him. Yeah. I just wonder if there is someone else involved. I wonder if they know who this person is. Do not understand how people don't see this happening with one person. This is easily done by one person. What gets me, and why I think that there's more than one person, is the way whoever was driving the car, and the way that they were acting in the car. It just seems like that if it was him driving, he would have known where to go if he'd been there 12 other times. Let's see. Okay, so yeah, those are, yeah, K Brass. I'm gonna have to find the papers. I remember reading it. It's like a few days ago I read it, and I told Troll, I was like, that's specifically what they're asking for. Any receipts with those items on it, and then they end up taking 3 receipts out of the house, and there's nothing else mentioned about any type of receipts, or if they found receipts with a certain thing on it other than that. Let's see. Someone says Sleuthie found out Papa Rogers wasn't Bryan, and if it wasn't, then whoever it is had details before they were released. Now, I did see, and of course, it could have been somebody else that had made another account, but I did see where Papa Rogers showed back up on Facebook. Like a month or so ago. Hey, headphones, how are you? Um, it was in one of the Facebook groups. Now, like I said, it could have been somebody else who made another Papa Rogers account just to be an ass and try to get attention. Let's see, but he had a license ID of one of the victims. Okay, so see you later. That was put out by a source, one of Banfield sources. I'm I can't say that that is true. But if it is true, then somebody's got to explain of how Bryan got that ID. Headphones, you're very welcome. See, but Papa Rogers got some details about the crime scene wrong before the PCA came out. Yeah, the one thing that I remember him saying, I believe before the PCA come out, was about the knife sheath. If y'all remember, he said something about uh, them saying about the type of knife, and that leads him to believe that they found the sheath or something like that. That may not be the exact wording, but it was something to that effect. Does BK have a GoFundMe page? Riddler, I have. I don't. I don't know. Does anybody in chat know if Bryan Kohberger has a GoFundMe page? Let's see. I saw a Papa Rogers in another chat here on YouTube. Wow, it's probably somebody who's just made an account to try to keep the rumor. I mean, the original Papa Rogers very well could have been Bryan Kohberger, because he also said about being in. Was it him that said about being in shithole Pennsylvania and I come find him or something like that before he was arrested? Have I checked for Venmos? For who, Tonka? Because um, I was actually looking through Venmos earlier today for Emma. Like this. Um, Elliot, I don't know if that's. I mean, I haven't seen a Papa Rogers anywhere around, but I knew that was Elliot because of his picture. For Bryan. Did I ever check for Bryan if Bryan had a Venmo? Yeah, surely I did, because if I didn't, I'm slacking. But let me look. Let's see if Mr. Kohberger has. I want to say that I checked. Okay, so there is a Bryan Kohberger who has a Venmo. September the 21st of 2021, he got $15 from his pals at Venmo. He has one friend, that is his sister, Amanda. And She does not have any transactions, and she only has 89 friends. So let's see. And I don't know any of the people on here. I mean, other than Bryan Kohberger. I don't know anybody else, but she's got 89 friends, but no transactions. Bryan only had the one that was from Venmo. See, I believe so because you okay, so I want I couldn't remember if I did or not. Like I said, if I didn't, I'm slacking. But I was on Venmo today earlier. I was trying to see if I could find Emma Bailey, and I was actually going through like Xana's friends trying to find her to see if she was friends with any of them, but I couldn't find. If Emma's got one, I couldn't find her name, and that was the reason why I was going through all of. Um, okay, thank you, Werewolf Queen. That was the reason why I was going through Xena and Kaylee's. I even went through Ethan's. I went through a couple of guys from the frat house to see if any of them were friends with Emma on Venmo, and I couldn't find her. Hey, Anthony, how are you? Now, that doesn't mean that she doesn't have a Venmo. It could very well be in a different name. She could have had one before and she could have deleted it. So any of that is possible as well. Can you see who sends the heart? No, King Scarlet, I don't know who sends them. I can just see any of the live reactions whenever they pop up, but I don't know who's sending them. And I still can't send them. Troll can send them from his phone, but I can't send them from mine to anybody's chat, which is not fair at all. Okay, so and Bryan also, I mean, there is a Bryan Kohberger Venmo account who is just friends with his sister. He could also have other Venmo accounts under different names. All right, so let's see. Did I finish reading this? Oh yes, I did because it's saying that Mr. Kohberger will require additional time and will not be prepared for such a hearing on May the 22nd. I guess they just think that um, because they're saying that he's got an expert testimony or is plans on providing expert testimony that the judge should just push it back. See, what bothers me is a complete removal of all Brent Kopaka's information. That is weird too, Tonka. And another thing, this was bumped up to the 22nd from the 25th, so 3 days. Why wasn't he trying to fight it when they had it scheduled for the 25th? Did I just see 100 come out of. Wait, what? Did I just see 100 come out of the. Yes, Tad, you can do 100, you can do hearts. I think you can do party hats. I think there's like 4 different things that you can do on the live reactions. See, speaking of Kopaka, did you check his Venmos? Tonka, I'm gonna be honest, I don't remember, but I do need to. And let me check and just see if he has one. I don't remember if I did look at his. Let's see real quick. Okay. There's 2 different accounts with the same name. Is it not going to let me pull it up? Okay, it's going to take it a second. See, they're going to try and pin this on Callback Outlays Guns. I don't know if they're going to try to pin it on him or not. So, I hope you're happy. I'm stuck with this little joke I did for laughs. Oh, yeah, Elliot. I forgot. Some of the mods had changed their names before, and they ended up getting stuck with it for like so many days. They couldn't change it. I think Troll had changed his trying to do it as a joke, and you get stuck with it. Now, what will people say when I go to other? Okay. All right. So Brent does have one. He's got like 8 friends, and he has no transactions. So there's been nothing on his. So his is clean as well. I'm laughing with you, not at you. Elliot, I'm sorry. I, I would have warned you, but I didn't know you was gonna do that. Okay, so the last page here just says it is here these I hereby certify that the true and correct copy of the foregoing was personally served. It's indicated below in the 11th day of March. So this was actually done yesterday on Thursday. Tonka, I can instead of put because I don't want to put their names out on here. I can email it to you. I can do like a screenshot and email it. Okay, so let me mark this one off my list. Yeah, I kind of feel bad for Elliot now. He has to go around YouTube with that name for 12 days. Let's see. Notice of remote hearing. There is still another one that. Oh no, it's gonna be last. Okay. All right, let me pull this one up. This is just showing the remote hearing, the date, the time, and what it says about it being live streamed. Hey, Pippi Longstocking, how are you? See, I sure would like to know how you found all this information. It's fantastic deep diving. Just looking stuff up, Pippi Longstocking. I literally crawl out of bed and just take like 2 steps, and I'm at the computer, and that's pretty much where I sit all day. And it's usually emails and you know looking on Twitter and Facebook and Google and all that good stuff. All right, so this is a notice of remote hearing. It says the notice is given that the above entitled case is set for, and it's going to be a motion to compel discovery. It's for May the 22nd at 11 a.m. So um, I said 10 o'clock, but it is 11 o'clock with Megan Marshall. Rabbit Hole Life, yes. So the motion hearing will take place remotely through video conference. It gives the online link to where to go to. Uh, gives the meeting ID along with a password. It says that you must appear using video with a stable internet connection. If you are unable to do so, or you are required accommodations at the Latah County Clerk's Office, it says to call them. Has a public kiosk, and it's at the 522 South Adams Street, which is at the courthouse. Um, and if you have an attorney, you may also contact your attorney for assistance. The state, yes, Riddler, the state brought in 2 attorneys generals. So they brought them 2 in, Jeff Nye and is it Ingrid Beatty? Is the other lady's name that's for the state, And now we've got Ann Taylor, the massive lady, Jay Logston, and I want to say there was somebody else for the defense. Okay, so it says for a list of the best practices and technical information about the remote hearings, please go to, and it gives the State of Idaho website. And then it says it is a policy of the Idaho Supreme Court that the court proceedings are presumed to be open to the public in the absence of a court rule or a court order providing otherwise. Thus, this proceeding may be live streamed to the public. So, hey, Miss Shuey, it can be live streamed. There's all the information. Log into it. May 22nd at 11 a.m., which is going to be, I got to look it up because I can't remember if they're an hour behind me or 2 hours behind me. So it can be 12 or 1 o'clock my time. But we're going to stream it. Or honestly, being yourselves down out of your league, you deserve better. All right. So this was sent to William Thompson, which is the DA, Jeff Nye, Ingrid. Yes, Ingrid Beatty's the other lady. So those three are for the state. The Eliza or Elisa Masseth, and then Ann Taylor for Bryan's defense. And then it was also sent to the Latah County Jail for Bryan. So I wonder if the gave people coming into the house glove when they came over in the morning before the 911 call. So wait, Vapor, are you saying did she give them gloves when they came in the morning before the 911 call? So like their fingerprints or whatever couldn't be found? I'll let know else when she can. Wait, did somebody send something to me on IG? Hold on 1 second. Because if not, I'll be done forgot. Let's see. I haven't gotten anything on Instagram. Hey, Truthful Soul, how are you? Yeah, I really don't think that Dylan. I don't think she gave anybody anything like that. Let's see, I mean, my first name really is Elliot, so maybe I really am real Papa Rogers, but reincarnated as a man in Indiana. Elliot, I hate that you have to carry that name around with you for 12 days, but it is kind of funny, honestly. Christy, how are you? Okay, let me grab this last one. All right. Okay, so this is a reply to Mr. Kohberger's objection dated May 11th. See, the Papa Rogers account posted about a school district in Indiana. But you all know how it goes, especially if I end up in the Drunk Turkey show. See, I don't think I'll venture because he really. Well, Elliot, we know that it's you because of your picture, so you don't have to worry about anything over here. Because the reply just a picture of a middle figure. Oh, Vapor. I had to think of what you were talking about. No, I think that what's her name? Wendy Olson, she gets seems like a little bit upset in those, honestly. So as y'all can see, is the reply to Mr. Kohberger's objection dated May the 11th. Uh, it says that Mr. Kohberger's objections to interveners' motion to reconsider order dated May the 4th of 2023 highlights the exact problem here. He requested and received a gag order without submitting supporting evidence to the court. He says that he now has evidence to support his request for a gag order, but he needs time to put it together, even though a gag order has been in place for over 4 months. Like, she just come out hot with it. And now he asked the court to continue to enforce a gag order while he collects his evidence. Dan, thank you so much for that super sticker. That was very nice of you. I should have read that whole comment a little bit better, y'all. I do apologize, but it is kind of funny because she just comes straight out and just told the court how it was. Well, Dan, thank you for joining us tonight. Okay, so he's still asking the court to continue to enforce the gag order while he collects his evidence. Mr. Kohberger's request turns the judicial process on its head. So when a party requests a court order, he has the burden of submitting the evidence that supports the order before the court issues the order. A party is not entitled to obtain relief first and then take months to collect and present evidence that purportedly supports the request for relief. So while those principles apply generally to the judicial process, there is a paramount when the unsupported court order restricts the First Amendment rights. The loss of First Amendment freedoms for even minimum periods of time unquestionably continues irreparable injury. And then they're naming a case as CL Union of Idaho versus the city of Boise. See a middle finger resorts. I mean, it would have. I mean, this is funny how she put it, and I'm trying to read it with her, with like her attitude being thrown at it. But yeah, it would have been funny with a big middle finger on it as well. All right, so they're naming a case to look into. So it says interveners have suffered irreparable harm to their constitutional rights since January. The judicial process, including the expectation that a party submits evidence before obtaining relief, particularly relief that affects another party, is designed to prevent that irreparable harm. As Mr. Kohberger now acknowledges, the process was not followed here, and as he has still not even collected the evidence that he intends to submit. That's because he ain't got no evidence. Like, he has nothing. He should have been collecting this all these months. Let's see, Miss Mathis is a capital qualified criminal attorney, and she previously attended the same college as the four. Yes, Riddler, that is true. Maybe BK needs time to shave his eyebrows. I guarantee you, see you later. Ann Taylor's keeping them eyebrows well manicured. I bet you when he goes to court on the 22nd, they ain't going to be bushy. Hey, Teresa, how are you? Okay, now I got to find my spot where I done left off. Okay, so as interveners have requested, the court should stay enforcement of the amended non-dissemination order pending any further briefing or hearing on interveners' motion to intervene and motion to vacate the amended non-dissemination order to avoid any additional irreparable harm in the interim. If indeed an evidentiary hearing is the next step to determine whether a gag order is needed, no gag order should be enforced in advance of that hearing. Falling asleep. Okay, Emerald Queen, have a good night, honey, and thank you so much for stopping by. Werewolf Queen, have a good night as well, and thank you for stopping by. See, I've never heard of a public defender and a private attorney defending the same suspect. Riddler, I thought that was kind of weird too. I mean, I even went to look to see if the lady was a uh, a public defender, and she's not. Because then it comes in, people are wanting to know, well, if he can't afford an attorney and he's getting a public defender, then who's paying for this other attorney? So, like I said, they haven't come out and said if Ann Taylor is paying for it out of her pocket, Lake County's going to pay for it, or what? Let's see. Entire channel button messages. Oh, Elliot, you're talking about people to go crash their thing. Okay, so this was dated May 11th, which was also yesterday. Maybe pro bono. I mean, I'm all for him having a fair trial. That's part of our system here in America. So he is entitled to that. But if he can't afford an attorney and he has to have a public defender, then why not have two public defenders who are both death qualified? I did hear BK's parents have to go have a GoFundMe page. Riddler, I don't remember if you were the one that asked that earlier, but somebody else in chat asked me that. If he had one. Let's see, I think they all see an opportunity to cash in after the trial. I mean, yeah. This lady's claiming that she's the best in the state when it comes to criminal defense. And she's got this guy's 4 life sentences plus 50 years overturned. All by convincing the court that the witness didn't really see her client. It's been said Ann Taylor had somebody overturned, but then that guy went back to court and now he's in prison. I mean, what are they going to do whenever this goes to court and you got 2 good attorneys who's representing this guy and he's found guilty and he gets a death penalty? Soon it requires for 2 attorneys by statute, so indigenous people would have to be given to for it to be yeah, I knew that they had to have I believe I read that somewhere else that they have to have 2 death penalty qualified attorneys. Hey Joanne, how are you? So Miss Olson came out swinging with that reply to his objection. So this is going to get interesting because we only have all next week before the 22nd. I'm assuming that there's going to be more court documents that are going to come out between now and then of them going back and forth. Because Bryan is claiming that he needs more time and it's not going to be ready. So the judge is going to have to respond to that. So I'm thinking Monday or Tuesday there'll be more court documents come out. Let's see. Like I said earlier, she needs to proclaim she is the best and not a colleague. She most likely is not the best. Yeah, that's what it said on her. Well, the article said that it has on her about page. She is the best in the state of Idaho. Cricket Moon. I don't know if the guy was on 48 hours, but it did say that the guy, his case or story of the case or whatever was on America's Most Wanted. He had 4 life sentences or was sentenced to 4 life sentences and plus 50 years, and she got it overturned. Hey, Roger, how are you? So I don't know what's up with Bryan. He needs, I mean, he knows how the criminal justice system works, apparently. He should have known to have his shit together. Latah County prosecutors are getting help in the case as well. Late last month, two attorneys from the Idaho Attorney General's office. Yes, that is true, Riddler. Jeff Nye and Ingrid Beatty are the two from the Attorney General's office. Or Attorney's General office. They were the two that joined. All right. Let me jump back in my email real quick. I want to grab this article about the kids. I don't know what this video is, but I need it to stop. Okay, y'all. It shows we got 133 people in here, and we ain't got but 88 likes. That's it. We need some more likes. Go hit the thumbs up if you haven't done so, please. Okay, what is your personal theory about this case? If you could share it. I'm new to true crime, and I'm looking to learn how it's done. Hold on one second, y'all. All right. I mean, my personal theory is I think that Bryan's the one who had something to do with it. I still think that he had help uh, at some capacity. I think that he was the only one in the house who did what happened in the house. But I do think that he had help, whether it would be planning it, somebody driving the car, or whatever. I just don't think that that was him driving that car that night. But I do think that they have the right person. I just don't think that they have everybody. And as long as they don't have everybody who was involved in it, you still have someone out walking the streets who had something to do with the murder of 4 kids. Okay, y'all. What? Oh, y'all. Sitting here trying to figure out what I'm supposed to be doing. J. Roger, very welcome. Okay, so it says that they will always be vandals, a U of I to award murder victims of students killed in crash with posthumous degrees. Now, I did forget not only the 4 kids who were murdered November the 13th, but there was another student she died in a car accident. So she will be also receiving her degree. So this is all 5 of them. And it says from top left, we know Ethan, and then Xana, Kaylee, Madison, and then the last one is Guadalupe Ruiz. She will also be receiving her degree. All right, so it says the University of Idaho is getting ready to celebrate nearly 2,300 students set to graduate this weekend. But the university is also honoring 5 students who passed away before they could cross the graduation stage. Ethan Chapin, Kaylee Gonzalez, Xana Cornodal, and Madison Mogan, the 4 students killed near campus last November, will receive a posthumous degree for their respective majors during Sunday's graduation ceremony. Guadalupe Ruiz, a student killed in a car wreck last August, will also receive a posthumous degree. Okay, so that would be the reason why we didn't hear about Miss Ruiz, because she passed away before the murders in November happened. Have a great night. All right, headphones. Have a good night. Okay. So, a posthumous degree in general studies will be given to Gonzalez, one in marketing will be given to Mogan, and one in criminology will be given to Ruiz, as they will all set to graduate this year. Chapin, who was a freshman, will get a certificate in recreation, sports, and tourism management, and Kernodle, who was a junior, will get a certificate in marketing. So those students are indeed vandals. They will always be vandals and will always remember them, said Jody Walker, the University Director of Communications. They'll always be in our heart and they'll always have a special place, and we definitely want the families to know that. We are a vandal family, and that's what families do. So I'm glad to hear that they are going to give it to them. Hey, sweet Melissa, how are you? So Walker said that there will be a period of time before each degrees are awarded to recognize and celebrate the students. The victims' families will be present to accept the degree, and the certificates are being given to Chapin and Kernodle's family. There will be a moment where each of them is awarded the degree, and then a moment of silence before we head into the rest of the degrees, she said. The five students joined the 2,297 students set to graduate this weekend. Ceremonies begin on Saturday at the university's Moscow campus and continue throughout the state through Wednesday, May the 17th. Angie, how are you? Let's see. Kaylee's siblings will be walking. Yes, Kaylee's siblings. I don't know if it's going to be all of them or if it's just going to be certain ones, but that is what is being said that her siblings. And then Ethan's and Xana's will be given to their family. Okay, so it says two graduation ceremonies are happening on Saturday in Moscow. Additionally, the university is inviting students who graduated in the winter of 2022 to join the spring commencement ceremony, which is when Kaylee was supposed to graduate. She was supposed to graduate. She was murdered in November, was supposed to graduate in December. Okay, so it's going to be all of her siblings then. Okay. Let's see. Orders regularly discreet. So it's a much different situation than BK just executing four of six within the time frame, leaving no trace. Okay. Whoops, I've been cleaning all day. How are you? Sweet Melissa, I'm doing good. Thank you. Heck. Hold on just a second, y'all. White Widow Baby, thank you so much for being a member for 5 months. And she said, YouTube did me dirty. It's been longer than 5 months. Yeah, I think it's been the full 7 months now. Let's see. I love you, sis. Great job as always. Compassion and dedication to the fullest for the victims. Well, thank you, White Widow Baby. And I love you too. All right. Coffee and conversation. How are you? All right. Yeah, Crime Crazy she has. And I think it's like 7 months now. But when YouTube messed everything up, it took it away from her. Okay, so it says that our students have endured and preserved in their time at the university and are ready to go on and go out into the world and make a difference. U of I President Scott Green said in a statement, "Our students are highly sought by industries because they are recognized as having the leading edge training skills and work ethic necessary to meet the needs of the state, country, and the world." Ceremonies begin on Saturday at the University of Moscow campus, continue throughout the state until Wednesday the 17th. The ceremonies will be live streamed here. And for more information about the ceremonies, you can click here. So that means that they will be receiving all of theirs tomorrow. see. Apologies if my no, a cricket moon. No, you didn't say anything that was inappropriate. I mean, that's your opinion. So you can state your opinion here. Pressure drop. How are you? Crime Crazy, thank you for being a member for 7 months. And it says that it is 7 months for White Widow, baby. We roll together. Yes. Hey, Daylight, how are you? Yeah, I think whenever YouTube was messing everybody's stuff up and people couldn't, it wasn't renewing them the way it was supposed to. I think that's where it messed her up. Let's see. Okay, so Cricket Moon Vapor is asking, do you think someone else was in the house? Like, where do you think that him not acting alone? Like, where do you think that the other person comes in at? It seems like it was a professional hit. Okay. I've seen other people say that too, Michelle. All right. So I'm glad that they are going to be given. Hey, Valerie, how are you? I'm glad that they're going to be given the kids their degrees and their certificates. Okay, I'm on bookmark. Let me bookmark this real quick. I'm going to keep uh, the University of Idaho commencement page that they just had where they're going to live stream it. Exit off with this. Pressure drop right now. It is Bryan Kohberger and his whole case. I'm going to probably get into some Lori stuff here in a little while. I may end up opening up the panel. Let's see here. I have another article that was from ABC that was about Mr. Gonzalez and what he had to say. He did an interview with ABC. Let's see, I need to stop all of this. No pressure drop. You think that Bryan is not guilty? See, I was just a mod on another stream, and a lot of people were. The algorithm has really been odd lately. Roger, it has been. People's stuff is they're not renewing. It's YouTube has been wonky for the last couple of months, for whatever reason. Whatever reason. Valerie, yes. I'll actually play it before I end the live tonight. Okay, give me just a second. Ever since YouTube update, yeah, I don't like the update, honestly. Okay, let me pull this up. And I'm going to read what Mr. Gonzalez had to say about Bryan Kohberger. Let's see, a lot of dodgy police activity, something is off. Okay. I do agree with the whole police activity thing. Like, I don't get just reading on their website their daily activity calls that they have. And half the time they don't even do reports, which doesn't make sense. Okay, 1 second. Let's see. I honestly can't keep up with the fiction allegations on this case, especially about the victims. It's crazy on YouTube streets. That's why I come here. Thank you, King Scarlet. Some people just hear something and don't listen to, like, if I'm just going to use. I'm not going to say use anybody, any creators' names, because I haven't heard anybody do this. But there can be a creator out there who just he goes to talking about something like that they have a theory about, or an opinion about, and somebody can only hear half of that, and they will take it and run with it and state it as facts without doing any vetting or anything like that. And it's crazy. Let's see. I was a forensic science student, but unable to finish my degree. I hate to hear that, Cricket Moon. Did anyone see the video posted today of Dee's brother's car? D as an yes, P Fox. Somebody actually sent the information to me, and I went over and was watching it. And sure enough, there's literally this dude who gets arrested with this girl for selling drugs. This girl is allegedly friends with the victims. Her, this Emma girl, I don't know if her and the D dude were dating or if they were just partners in crime or whatever they were. But anyway, his brother has a white Hyundai Elantra sitting in his driveway and looks just like the car that they were looking for. Same color, four-door, same body style, it looks like to me, as what Bryan's car is. Tinted windows, all that. And it just seems kind of funny where this girl, Emma, was friends with the victims. Hey, Jessica Lynn. She's friends with the victims. Her friend and her get arrested for selling drugs to a guy, and he ODs because they had sold him drugs that had fentanyl in it. And his brother has a car just like what they were looking for. Let's see, it makes you scratch your head. I'm sorry, that's the car in the news clips, in my opinion, and the gas station. Okay, so Bryan's car on the body cam footage in Indiana, it didn't have tinted windows, right? Because the car in the gas station footage had tinted windows. And his brother does live in Tacoma, which is 5 hours from Moscow, which doesn't mean anything. But I didn't think that Bryan's car had tinted windows, or not as dark as what it looked like uh, on that gas station footage. Okay. Let's see. Latent sheep print missed initially. I think that's kind of suspicious too, Cricket Man. I didn't see anything on the cars or a photo. Uh, Wait. I will actually pull it up because, like I said, hold on. I got the address. Let me find the address right here. Give me just a second. I will read this to y'all in just a minute. Let me go to maps. And I can actually pull up my maps now, y'all. And it doesn't lag. Google Maps. Hold on, let me go to this address. 316. All right, let me pull it up now for y'all. Okay, so the roadway pick. Roger, are you talking about the one that was the gas station one? Okay, it's right here. That is because so why do you think someone cleaned the footprint? Um, Okay, so here is the dude that got arrested with Emma, his brother's house. This car is sitting in his brother's driveway. And now let me see if I can get a better angle of it. Because if y'all remember, and I'll have to see if I can go back and find the screenshot off of the gas station video that was floating around. I think it's on my old computer. But it had tinted windows. This one's got tinted windows. They're not super, super dark, but you can still tell that they're dark. I think they're actually darker than what Bryan's car was. Or from what I could tell in the Indiana body cam footage. See, it's entirely possible it was cleaned because it was put there by someone in the house before the 911 call. Vapor, you're talking about the footprint? What do you... Okay, do you know why Kaylee was cut the way she was? Was there something there? Mooch, I don't know. And the only reason why we know that her injuries were worse than Maddie's, that came straight from her dad. So, um, I don't know why she was like that. I really don't. Okay, Tonka thinks that there were two weapons. I mean, it's a possibility. Okay, y'all have missed a little bit in chat, so let me scroll back up here real quick. Okay, so the recording from a light bulb, it's either fake audio or proof that there were several attackers. Cricket Moon, are you talking about the one that had like the different sounds on it? Like you can hear the dog and you can hear screaming and stuff like that. See, Maddie may have been asleep. Kaylee probably fought with BK. And that could be the reason why she could have put up a fight and that made him mad. And he put that anger into what he was doing. It could have caused it. She could have been trying to defend Maddie. And that made him mad. And that's the reason why her injuries were worse than Maddie's. Okay, so you did a side by side. Did you email it to me, White Widow Baby? Huh? What? No, she's talking about she did a side by side. Okay, let me. Y'all, I didn't exit out of my email. Hold on a second. Let's see. Okay. Okay, so Troll sent me a picture of the white car from the gas station as well. All right. Let's see. It was real quick. No, it's fine. White little baby. Because there was something I was wanting to look at on it. I don't know if I'm going to still be able to tell or not, but we're going to see here. All right. Let me get the picture pulled up. Let's see. For his first time, it should have been sloppier and taken longer to do. I'm going to be honest, Michelle. I don't think this was his first time. I think that they just haven't found a connection to any other cases yet between that has to do with him. Okay, I wish I could see that dang headlight up on the front. But what I was looking at was the back door window right here. Some people think that this is a two-door car that went by the gas station. I can't tell honestly. It looks like a four-door car to me, but what I was looking at was this back window right here because it's got like that slant upwards, and this car over here does too. But it's the gas station photo was such poor quality to begin with. It's hard to tell. I mean, the car on the gas station photo doesn't even look like it has tires on it. Well, see, I think this is the first time he screwed up and left something behind. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised, honestly, if it comes out later on that there's other crimes that he's connected to. Pressure drop. What is your opinion as far as like the car? You don't think they'll find anything in it that will uh, make him guilty? Okay, but the knife sheath with DNA will jail him. I can't wait to hear how Ann Taylor's going to fight this because we're so used to hearing these defense attorneys and Letitia and Lori's cases where they just sit back and really don't do a whole lot. Um, I don't think Ann Taylor's going to be like that. I think she's going to put up a fight. Okay, at least it look different. At least it look like different years of the vehicle, in my opinion. It could be. It's like I said, that one is. It's so the quality is so bad because it was already on a computer, or well, surveillance camera on a computer. Then she took her phone and took a picture of the computer screen. It would have been better if she would have just did a screenshot from the computer if she could have. Hey, Amethyst, how are you? So see you later says cleaning of the car, going to other people's trash cans to discard trash, all sus. At 4 o'clock in the morning, 4:30 in the morning. Okay, so if they have the wrong person, then I agree. I do believe he is guilty, though. His mannerism tells me he is guilty. Vapor, thank you so much for gifting that membership. That was very nice. I think he's guilty. I think they have the right guy. I just think that there's a lot more to this case that hasn't came out yet. I mean, it's got a lot of people scratching their head. Hey, Edie, how are you? Um, and with the whole gag order, it people are just they can run with wild stuff. see, well, it would be an amazing court case. I still think that he didn't do it. Okay, and pressure drop. I mean, I respect your opinion on that. Okay, so the audio from the one guy's ring bell. See, his was after 4. Yeah, I don't remember the exact time of that audio. I know that the one audio of the female screaming was fake. That was put out by the Morris dude. I can't remember his first name now, but he's done that before, and it came out that it was fake. DeCully. Cricket Moon, no, I don't think she did. Hold on just a second, y'all. Let's see. Just went over to Public Buzz live stream a minute ago, and guess what they're talking about? People faking their handle names before I posted a single comment. No, it wasn't Jason Morse. What is the dude that fakes everybody, that fakes all the shit? What is his name? The Morse guy. I can't remember his first name. Joseph Morris. That's it. Thank you, Roger. I can't remember his first name, but yeah, he completely faked the one video or the one audio of the girl screaming "Stop it" or whatever, and try to pass it off as it happening that night. Um, and I want to say he tried to pass it off as it being Kaylee was the one that was screaming. Let's see. I love you all, and this channel is awesome. Thank you, Cricket Moon, and we love you too. And if anybody's come in that I have not spoke to, I do apologize, but thank you so much for joining us. Demetrius Robinson has previous criminal charges of several felony assaults in R. Curious though, I mean, it's weird that at in some capacity he's kind of connected to the case. I don't know if you would call it a guilt by association type thing. Him and Emma were friends, dating, whatever, and she's friends with the girls. And it was said that she'd been over at that house many, many times, and there sits a white car in his brother's driveway. Let's see. Let's not forget about fuck around. Oh, you're talking about Justin Vapor. The dude from Twitter. Yeah, there's been a lot of people who's ran with some crazy stuff. Hold on. Okay, y'all. So real quick, Crime Crazy has said for everybody to make sure that your membership gifting is turned on. She's giving y'all 5 minutes. Now, I don't know how to technically tell you to go in and turn it on. I do know that if y'all can still see the little gift at the top where Vapor gifted the other one, you can click on that and then turn the little toggle switch on over to on if it's off. But other than that, I don't know how to tell y'all to get into it. So if anybody else is in chat and y'all know how to do that, please put it in the chat so somebody can, so people will know how to do it. Okay, 1 second. Okay, and I hope y'all are keeping up with the time too, Crime Crazy, because Uh, I'm not gonna be able to remember when 5 minutes is up. So I'm kind of lost on the Emma girl. Okay, so see you later. Really, the only thing I know about her, her name is Emma Bailey. She's friends with the uh, the victims, Kaylee, Xana, and Maddie. It's been said that she's been over at that house several times. Her and this guy, Demetrius Robinson, they were drug dealers. They had sold some drugs to a guy named Caden Young, who ended up overdosing. He was taken to the hospital. He ends up passing away. They sold Caden drugs that had fentanyl in it, and then they end up getting arrested. And people are trying to place her, which it's like I said, they've said that she's friends with the kids, been at the house, so they're trying to place her or to see if she has um, anything whatsoever to do with this case. And when people were digging into it, that's when they found this white card. The dude, Demetrius, they call him D, that they had found it at his brother's house. See, sometimes I think the whole thing is a scam. Okay, so Christy, you don't have to worry about turning yours on because you're already a member. See you later. You're very welcome. Usually there is when someone gives a membership, it leaves a box at the top of the chat, but I don't see it up there anymore. But I mean, this case, y'all, is there's so many twists and turns. There's so many things that's been said, and then it turns around and not to be true. And this is coming from law enforcement, uh, and stuff, people that we know that is involved with the case. Yeah, Christy, you're already a member, honey. You don't have to worry about turning yours on. Um, I fully believe that he's guilty, but like I said, I think that there is someone else involved in it, and I don't know if the police know who that person is, and they're just not going after him for whatever reason, or if that person is the one who told on Bryan and gave his name. Um, but I'm at the point where it doesn't even surprise me with the stuff that comes out with this case. Hey, Delene, how are you? Let's see. All things considered, I'm going to just watch the train wreck. I mean, that's basically what it seems like, King Scarlet. It's like a train wreck. Like you see it, you just can't take your eyes off of it, and it's you want to keep watching because you know that something else is going to happen. And YOLO user is talking about Enon. I mean, I call him the creepy neighbor. Wonder about him sometimes, honestly. Okay, so Amethyst says real quick to turn on gifting, go to the money sign by where you chat, click the membership gifting, a dialog box will come up, and then there you can toggle it on the pop-up box. So that's how you turn your gifting stuff on. Amethyst, thank you so much for putting that in there. So to turn on the gifting, go to the money sign, but by where you chat. Okay, so it's the same. Definitely one of the things that make you go, huh? Yes, for sure. Hey, Linda G, how are you? Riddler, thank you so much for being a member for a month. Okay, so the kid who talked on Drunk Turkey Show is only talking now that he's confident Emma and Dimitri are in jail, and even then, he's still remaining anonymous, frightening things with those two, I think. Yeah, there's some weird stuff going on in Moscow and in Pullman. Look, since this case has happened, how many people has passed away since then, and then Hudson and Hannah that we found out about beforehand. Now the Guadalupe Ruiz lady, she passed away in a car accident. So I don't think that there's anything suspicious going on there with her. Um, but there's for sure there's been a lot of deaths over just in the last couple of months over at Pullman at WSU. Do you think a couple of drug dealers could do that with no trace left behind? Probably not them two. Um, but if they knew people who knew how to do stuff like that, possibility. Crime Crazy, thank you so much for gifting those memberships. That was very nice of you. So let's see. Delene, Boomer Girl, Papa Rogers, Up Down, Cricket Moon, Musical, Boucher, Gator Gal, Treasure, and Werewolf Queen. All got memberships. Crime Crazy, that was very nice of you. Thank you. Brian Hoffman, how are you? Stevie, have I said hi to you? I can't remember if I did or not. If I haven't, I do apologize. The launcher stuff is just chilling. It's crazy how they're all of a sudden coming up with like another white Elantra pops up. Auto Flower Lover, how are you? Apparently, the kid going on Drunk Turkey was really close with the kid who passed and D, his brother, Nimba. Look closely at Papa Rogers. This Papa Rogers, just for everybody who's coming in, we know who this Papa Rogers is. It's actually Elliot. He changed his name trying to be funny and didn't know that he was stuck with that name for 12 days. Sweet Candy, thank you so much for becoming a member and welcome to the family. So just to let everybody know, this is not the real Papa Rogers. Okay, Stevie, thank you. I just wanted to make sure that I did. Okay. All right, let me get back over here. I want to read this article uh, that Kaylee's family did. Hey, Kenny, how are you? Oh, or is it what? The real Papa Rogers? Is that what you're asking? Because I mean, I did see him come in as Elliot. It is Elliot's picture. That's how I knew whenever he changed his name to Papa Rogers that it was that it was still Elliot. Do you think that his dad was involved? I don't think his dad was involved. I'm I'm curious if his dad knew about it. I mean that was a long drive home. Elliot, you don't have to put your full name and all that, where you're from, in the chat. As long as I know that it's Papa Rogers is Elliot, you're good. Um, and another thing that I was wondering about, where it involves his dad, was we don't know how many times Bryan went home after he came out or went out to Washington to go to college, but was it normal for him to go drive to like a far off place like that, and then his dad or his parents or family member or whatever fly out to where he was at and drive back with him? Like, was that a normal thing? Because, like I said, his dad flies from Pennsylvania all the way over to the other side of the U.S. to Washington State, then drives all the way back to Pennsylvania with him. It was a super long drive. I'm sure there was a lot of talking going on. I'm sure that at some point his dad, even though I know he wasn't there that many days in Washington, I'm pretty sure that something was brought up about the car, about the kids getting murdered. And I wonder if that conversation, if that conversation had ever been had. You know, did Bryan tell him what he did, or that there's a chance they could be looking for his car because of it being the type of car that they're looking for that was involved in the murders? By the way, it took me forever to figure out how to chat. Wait, Amethyst, what do you mean YouTube removed it? BK, hey Dad, I just wanted to let you know I killed those students in Idaho. They have no idea. They have no idea. Laugh. I mean, what type of relationship did he have with his dad, though? Because there's some kids out there that have the type of relationship with their parents that if they went and murdered somebody, they'd come home and tell their parents. I wonder if that, maybe not that he did it, but just like the whole car issue. Because I don't think he intended, if he was going to go back to Washington, I don't think he was intending on bringing that car back to Washington. See, when you click on live chat, it says live chat has moved. Now, Amethyst, they did change the live chat thing to, if you're on the phone, they completely changed it. Now it's like all messages or something like that. They did that update and it just completely changed a lot of stuff on here. See, is a man with Emma, his brother, a bad man? Bryan, I don't know. I don't know anything about his brother. Just that he has a white Hyundai Elantra sitting in his driveway. See, my parents would murder me if I ever thought about doing something illegal. Let's see. So, could he have been borrowing one of his parents' cars and bought his own after moving to Washington? Elliot, no, he actually had that car in Pennsylvania. It had when he moved to Washington, it had a Pennsylvania plate, registration, and all that on it. Yeah, he transferred the tags 5 days after the murders. He actually went to the DMV and had the registration plates and all that changed over because he had till, I believe it was like his birthday to do it. See, like the kid that was swatting everyone and called in a bomb threat to the news channel in front of his grandma while she was watching the news to prove it. I haven't heard about that, but that is crazy. Sweet candy, everyone, I have cancer in my bones and lungs, and all I ask for is many prayers. I start my chemo and radiation next week, I go to get my report on Monday. I'm really dreading. Sweet Candy, I'm so sorry. But please know that we're going to keep you in our thoughts and prayers, and everything's going to be okay. I hate to hear that. I'm so sorry. She's getting nervous. And that's why you think he left Washington and didn't intend to go back. Why did he transfer the tax 5 days after the murders? Um, I think maybe Elliot, because it was getting when he transferred the tags. I don't think at that time they were looking for the white car, or they hadn't put it out to the public that they were looking for the white car. And then all of a sudden they start looking for this white car. They need a 2011 to 2013 Hyundai Elantra. And I think it just got to the point where it was overwhelming to him. And that was, even if he, I mean, honestly, was he intending to go back at all to Washington? Allegedly, he had been fired. So he didn't have his TA job anymore. Was he going to be able to keep his apartment if he didn't have the TA job? Hold on just a second, y'all. And then I'm going to read this real quick. Okay, let's see. Transfer the tax. He was planning on staying, but then he realized he was getting fired at that point. He was not going back. I think that once he left Washington, I don't think he intended on going back. And if he did, I don't think he intended on taking that car back. Now he might have went back to get the stuff out of his apartment. Then again, he could have just left it there. I don't know. I just don't think the car was ever going back to Washington. And I think that was just for the sole purpose of them looking for the car. And I'm sure he was watching social media. And he probably seen how many people were looking for this car. And I mean, because I even did it. Y'all were on here with me. We were looking for every white Hyundai Elantra in Moscow, Pullman area. And I think he realized that. And it was probably getting too much heat on him. Probably getting nervous. Let's see. See, he transferred the okay, so I done read that one. See, why did he lose his job? Do we know when he lost it? No, wait. They said that he ended up losing his job because of he was getting into it with some of the professors that he worked with. It was basically like a professionalism type thing. He was getting into it. His conduct wasn't what they expected it to be. Uh, I have heard that the way he treated the female students, he treated the female students differently than what he did the male students. Now, I'm not 100% on when he actually lost the job, if it was before he left or if it was after he left. But after he was arrested, the college came out and put a thing on him where he is not even allowed to set foot back on the campus of WSU. A week for 6 weeks is 33. See, I'm telling you about the scheduling. Hold on, Bryan. I haven't even been keeping up with you either. Interviews. So Selma in college is today. She wants me to do the radiation. I'm wishing you the best. So Bryan, you've got to start yours as well, huh? I hate to hear that. But Bryan, just like I told you before, everything's going to be okay, and we're going to keep you as well in our thoughts and prayers. And y'all are both going to get through all of this and come out on the other side happy and healthy. Okay, and the letter talking about him getting fired, I don't know if that was legit or not. I'm gonna be honest because that came from a Banfield source, so I'm not sure if that was even a legit letter. Okay, so if everybody would please remember to keep Sweet Candy and Brian Hoffman in your prayers. They've got they've got some medical issues going on. So if y'all don't mind, please do that. Okay, let me go ahead and read this real quick, y'all. I've just got it sitting up here on my screen. And Bryan, make sure you keep me updated on what's going on with that. Miss Chewy. Wait, when did Miss Chewy lose her daddy? Crime Crazy, thank you so much for gifting those memberships. That was very nice of you, sis. Thank you. Okay, in the picture, the launcher gives me the creeps. Okay. So I do my radiation 6 weeks for 5 weeks and chemo once a week for 6 weeks. Well, Sweet Candy, my email is pinned to the top of the chat. If you would just keep me updated on how things are going with you, I won't put out any personal information to people in the chat. No, nothing that you don't want me to let them know. But I would still like to know how you're doing while you're going through that, if you don't mind. And I didn't see. I believe it was last week. Okay, so I see Miss Chewy in here earlier, but I didn't know she had lost her dad. And I didn't even tell her that I was sorry. Okay, I want to know what D drops. P Fox, I don't think it ever came out of what he drove. Or not that I've seen anyway. Him or Emma. I haven't seen what either one of them drive. My wife had a cancer up 3 years ago. She's still with me and I treasure her. Oh, pressure drop. That was very sweet. Sweet of you to say. And I'm glad to hear that your wife is doing good. Okay, y'all, let me read this. I've literally been yapping. I hadn't even read it. So I'll keep you all of you updated. Thank you, Sweet Candy. And just know, and Brian Hoffman knows this, Sweet Candy, but I'm going to tell you as well. If you ever need anybody to talk to about this, just a vent, you're more than welcome to email me, message me on Twitter or whatever, and just vent if you need to, because I know it can be frustrating. Um, it's there's going to be a lot of emotions in it. Crane Hill Gal, thank you so much for becoming a member and welcome to the family. There's going to be a lot of emotions with it. Like I've watched my grandfather go through it. So if you ever need anybody to talk to, just know that you can email me. I'm Bryan Hoffman. You know that as well, honey. Crane Hill Gallet, it's so good to see you. Okay, so Michelle says, I've beat cancer twice, one at 25 and again last summer at 55. Prayers to all with cancer. Well, Michelle, I'm very happy to hear that you are doing better. Okay. Okay, let me get up here and start reading this. So it says Idaho College murder victim's family tells ABC News that they're ready to face the suspect in court. So the family of Kaylee Gonzalez, one of the 4 University of Idaho students slain in a gruesome attack in November, vows to be there when her suspected killer returns to court next month. So I can't wait to see the evidence, and then I'm going to bring it. Kaylee's dad, which is Mr. Steve Gonzalez, told ABC News, and he's going to realize that this is the family that's going to make sure that he doesn't get away with it. I can completely see Mr. Gonzalez not giving up and making sure that the fullest extent of the court system is done here. And that he gets everything that he deserves. TNT showed a lot today that T. Demetrius' brother drives. Yes, Mountain Mama. I actually showed that image on Google Maps a minute ago. Somebody had emailed me saying that Lena had found that, and so I went over and was checking out her live and wrote the address down. And sure enough, there's a white Hyundai Elantra. So props to Lena for finding that. Let's see. I was 34, now I'm 37, living with the effects having been rather difficult. Amethyst, I'm so sorry to hear that. Well, everybody who is going through some type of health issue, whether it's just something minor or something major, whether you want to put that out in chat, you don't have to. Just know that we're praying for you, no matter what it is. Anybody that's sick, and sending hugs and loves out to you in hopes that you all get better. So you gotta go all of the channel. Enjoy it. Well, Riddler, thank you so much for stopping by and joining us tonight. And I hope you have a wonderful night. See, I had cervical and uterus cancer when I was 27 years old. They got it out then. Well, you know what, sweet candy? They're going to get it all this time. Okay? I have faith in that. I know a few people that has had cancer multiple times, and they always beat it. And I think that all of you that are dealing with it are going to beat it as well. Let's see, June 30th, I had to have throat surgery again. Oh, Glowbug, I'm so sorry. I've had to have throat surgery before. It's no fun. It's really not. Yes, prayers to every one of y'all. Let's see. Amethyst says to thank you all. I am a strong warrior princess. I even have 7 autoimmune diseases along with it. Wow. I'll have to keep my sanity. At least, Amethyst, you have a good attitude about everything that you're going through. All right. So I'm caught up in the chat. Let me go ahead and get. Okay. Let me finish this article out. All right. So it says Kaylee, 21, who was killed just weeks before she was set to graduate early from the University of Idaho and move to Texas for a new job. In the early hours of November the 13th of 2022, Kaylee, her lifelong best friend and roommate Madison Mogan, a third roommate Zena Kernodle, and Kernodle's boyfriend Ethan Chapin were stabbed to death inside the girls' off-campus house. Two other roommates survived the shocking crime that garnered national intrigue. After a 6-week search for a suspect, 28-year-old Bryan Kohberger was arrested on December the 30th. Kohberger, who was a PhD student at nearby Washington State University at the time of the murders, has not entered a plea, which he is supposed to enter a plea. Hey, Betty Joe, how are you? Bryan is supposed to enter a plea June the 26th. See, Betty Joe says that she has to have surgery on May the 31st. Well, Betty Joe, we're going to keep you in our prayers as well, honey. Now, once Bryan enters a plea, then the state has 30 days from that day to let him know if they're going to pursue the death penalty. So if he enters the plea on June the 26th, they have until July the 26th. Hey, Nora's grandma, how are you? Okay. All right, so the Gonzalezes, a close-knit family with 5 kids, said that they haven't been able to establish any connection between their daughter and Kohberger. I thought long and hard about if Kaylee and Kohberger could have crossed paths, said Kaylee's mom, Christy Gonzalez. We've talked as a family, and we've done a lot of research on what's out there, and none of it makes sense. It doesn't make sense to a lot of people, honestly. Nora's grandma, I am doing good, thank you. So, as for the rumors that Kohberger had attended a party at the girl's home, the family doubts that that ever happened. You're not having just some random stranger at your party, Kaylee's brother Steven noted. If Kohberger had ever been at the house, there's plenty of things that would have quickly been noticed and he'd be removed from the party. I still think, like, I get what they're saying. They think, just uh, they're not going to have random people at a house. But when you have a house with hundreds of people, like the nights before the murders, it was said they had 150 people. It's easy for someone to slip into a party and go unnoticed by the people who own the house or live at the house. Okay, so Christy Gonzalez says that when she saw Kohberger for the first time at an initial court appearance, I was completely overwhelmed. I actually almost thought that I was going to pass out. My daughter saw him face to face and in a very different light than what we saw him. Sitting there in court looking very meek, she said. The Gonzalez family said that they'll be in court for Kohberger's June 26 preliminary hearing and the ensuing trial. I think it's a big thing. I think a big thing is for us to go in strong, united as a family, Christy Gonzalez said. I've never been to a preliminary trial before. I have no idea what to expect. I have no idea what we're going to hear. But I know that I've got my son and my daughter who will be there, and my sister and my husband. Idaho, yes, Yellow. They did bring back the firing squad, but the way that they have it set up is that once the death warrant for someone on death row is signed, meaning you get you have your date of death. They have 5 days to produce the chemicals for the lethal injection. If they are not able to produce the chemicals for the lethal injection within 5 days, then they will move on to the firing squad. So it's not a thing that they give you a choice of which one you want. It's more of a means to carry out the executions because of the chemicals being so hard to get. Okay, so Christy Gonzalez has said that she'll try to avoid the courtroom during any graphic testimony. She said, I'm not going to scar myself. I have visions of my own that I have to deal with. Can't imagine what these families have had thoughts of. So, asked about the communications with the two roommates who survived the stabbing, Stephen Gonzalez said that he spoke to one of them at a celebration of life event. We do have some family members that do reach out. Steve Gonzalez said it's good to make sure that everybody is going through this that has somebody there to help them. So in February, the University of Idaho announced that the house where the 4 students were killed will be demolished. I'm glad that someone else isn't going to live in it, Christy Gonzalez said. But she added that it's going to be very multifaceted for me, honestly, because my daughter lived in that home. She lived a happy life in that home. She loved living there with her friends, and for the real story to be like what happened in that house was so horrific that it has to be torn down. That doesn't happen that often. For them to say no, we don't want family in here. We don't want anybody living in here. It's got to be torn down. Is definitely not happy. A memorial, including a garden, will be designed on the university's campus in the honor of the victims. Graduation at the University of Idaho is this Saturday, and the Gonzalezes will be there to receive Kaylee's posthumous degree. So they're ready to face him in court. This whole thing that's going about May the 22nd, they'll be on a Zoom call with that one, but I mean, they're still going to be right there to face him next month. Chemicals are hard to get. Wonder why no one looks at the ingredients in your answer. There's no telling where they get those chemicals from, and that could be the reason why it's so hard to get. All right, give me just a second. In Aurora Rain, how are you tonight? Amazing. Let's see too that they're streaming it. Ain't that something? Bryan, yes, they are going to stream it. I've got the paper. I've got all the stuff wrote down, so I can get into it. So it would be nice if they stream the preliminary, and then if they decide that it goes to court or goes to trial, then they stream that as well. I got to get in 2 hours early. All right, so let me see here, y'all. Hold on just a second. Okay, y'all. Let's see. Um, Brian, I have Venmo, but I only use it for research. That's the only reason why I have it. Let's see, not really a true crime guy, but I was born in East Washington and my dad went to U of I. So December, let's see, go, but still PS, yet my dad's name was Jack. Roger, I think you told us that before about your dad's name being Jack. Hold on, y'all. I'm trying to do something here. And what is this? And I'm going through my email real quick. See what all I've got in here. All right. Just trying to delete stuff out of my email. All right, so I have opened the panel. If anybody wants to come up for a few minutes, I would like to hear uh, your thoughts on this whole new attorney lady that Bryan now has. So if anybody wants to do that, you're more than welcome to. I'm trying to see what else I've got because I do have a little bit of Lori stuff. I was wanting to save that to the very end. Was it not me outside of the lady with the short pony up? Well, Roger, I mean, you're in that. How far, Roger, are you from Pullman? You don't have to give your exact location, but I mean, you're in that area. That may be what has drawn you to this case. So on November the 12th, Idaho played UC Davis in Moscow. UC Davis student caught a week after spree with a knife. Large knife found with him in backpack. He was in Moscow with his team that night. Uh, I heard about the murders that happened at UC Davis. Well, I think it happened right outside the campus. I don't know about. I don't think they happened like actually on it. But I did hear about that, and it was it three? I think it was three or four students was murdered over there with a knife. But I don't know if he was in Moscow that night with his team or not. Let's see. Christy, have a wonderful night. Let's see. He used to be the team captain of his high school. Okay, so then did he play football for UC? Because I thought that was kind of weird. And I even told Troll whenever they had talked about the stabbings happened at UC. I was like, that's who Moscow, the University of Idaho, played that night, the night of the murders out there. Someone said he was maybe a med student that may have been in the medical tent with the team. Oh, okay. Hold on, let me write because I had to move everything around on my desk today, and I don't know where I wrote where his name is at. But I'm gonna write it down again. Christy, thank you so much, and happy Mother's Day to you as well. Bryan is a calculated narcissist, nothing sloppy with this dude. I think he's very well a narcissistic person. We've heard a lot of stuff from different people, or how he talks to women. He has a major control issue, OCD. But if he did this, then what was um, the sheath was sloppy, honestly. But I think that there was a lot of planning and thought put into what happened with these kids. Because whoever did it, I mean, there was no blood that they have found outside of the house. Literally, the only thing was the sheath. I mentioned my illness a while back in chat. Please pray for me. Mooch, yes, we will keep you in our prayers as well. He seems to be yellow. I said the same thing. He's got book smarts, but not street smarts. Like you can just tell he's not a street person. He's more of a and nothing against people who study a lot and like to read and spend time in libraries, but if you had to go to me, if you had to go looking for Bryan Kohberger and you either had to go to the library and look for him or you had to go to the streets and look for him, you're going to find him in the library. Let's see, no footage of the bodies and pressure drop. I think that they kept the media away uh, when they removed the victims from the house. I love to read. I mean, reading's all right, but he, to me, Bryan looks more like a type of person that's going to be studying something, whether it's schoolwork, doing research for school, possibly planning a murder and researching how to do it without getting caught. That's what I see him doing. I don't see him as a street person. I really don't. Let's see, did they though? Deep Devils. Let's see. I'd love to know the relationship he had with his mother. Shell, that is a good question. Let's see. Could he be more street than we thought? A street undercover guy. I'm gonna be honest. I think if you threw him out in the street and just told him like survive, I don't think he could. I really don't. Hey Jen, how are you? I have a strong feeling that the prelim hearing is going to get vacated and pushed to like September. Oh, I hope not. A lot of it looked druggy. Yeah, I don't. Uh, the rap has me thinking twice. His music was not that good. So using heroin, I would have thought a little street smart. I see Roger. Even with that, I think he was one of those that he went, grabbed his stuff, and left, and went. I don't. I just. He doesn't seem like the street type of person. Like there's people who got street smarts and people who don't. I just don't see him having it, even with the drug use. He doesn't seem like he's a a sociable person. And if you're not a sociable person, you're not going to make it on the streets. Like, you got to know how to talk and get along with people and deal with people. And I just don't see him being like that. See, Alex Murdoch wasn't street smart to the best of my knowledge, and he was a heavy opiate addict. Yeah, I mean, you can be an addict and still not have street smarts. See, I heard from a little birdie that you can talk like a news reporter. Curiously, where did you hear that from? Let's see. Where's Prescribed? Let's see. He wouldn't know what street smarts was if it smacked him in the face. Yeah, I just don't think he had it. All right, y'all. If y'all want Crime Crazy to stop whining, 11 more likes is all we need. Okay, let me go back to my email here. So just up to you, White Widow Baby, listening look on your channel. Thank you, Bryan. All right. Let me make sure that there hasn't been anything else that's came out. All right. Nora's grandma, thank you so much for the thumbs up. King Scarlet says 20 more likes and she'll talk like a news reporter. I don't think I talk like a news reporter. D22, how are you? Let's see. Hard to ignore that Caden Young, the man whose death Emma is in jail for, was a U of I frat president and a crime reporter for the college newspaper. Yeah, I mean, he probably knew a lot of people's business, D22. He probably knew stuff that was going on around that college, who was hanging around with this one, and he probably seen a lot of stuff that a lot of other people probably didn't pay attention to. And I wonder if he had any articles about the four kids getting murdered. Does anybody know if he does? Ashton Couch was also a writer for them. Where have I heard that name from? Ashlyn Couch. I've heard. Was that from? Oh, the little dude off of Twitter. I think he's the one that brought her name up. Let's see. Emma's friend and the sixth roommate of 1120. Okay, thank you, cautiously. There's so many names with this case. It's hard to keep up with them all. Because there was a name that was like that the little Twitter dude, Justin from Twitter, kept saying. It was something couch. Let's see, we need to look into Emma more closely. See you later. I had just heard about the whole car thing and the D dude's brother having a car like that. Um, I do want to look more into Emma though, and what the people that she was hanging around with, and try to find out what I can about that. Okay, Ashlyn Couch's BFF with Emma. Seems like I heard that name from something else though. Hey, Pickle Me Emma, how are you? Okay, so Ashlyn graduated May of 2022, so she was already gone then uh, when the murders happened. So Frederick, the lad that I am working for, says that you are American, but from near the Canadian border. Is he right? No, I am nowhere near the Canadian border. I I'm the opposite direction of the Canadian border. I'm like as far south in the states as you can get, except for Florida. Yeah. Okay, so sometimes misspelled as Ashlyn. The whole ass other side. Okay, so her name is Ashlin or Lyn. Hey, the amazing Tiff, how are you? Yeah, I'm closer to the other border. I'm literally one state away from the Mexican border. I need to work on my Canadian accent. No, pressure drop. I'm actually from Louisiana. Nowhere near the Canadian border. Let's see. Ashlyn lived at the house until May of 2022. Okay, so that's when she graduated. Let's see. So she graduated May of 2022. Who else was living in the house at that time? Deaf is bad. There is solar Cajun accent. I've never had a Cajun accent. I'm not. I'm in Louisiana, but I'm not that far south to have the Cajun accent. You spent a few nights in Lafayette. Yeah, the further south you go, the more of that accent you get. You not a whole lot of it in Lafayette though, but a little bit. Okay, the night Santa opened the door for the cops, slurring her words. Yeah, I mean, Brian, they were college kids. So, I mean, nowadays, which I'm pretty sure it was like this back, I'm not going to say the old days, but I mean, that's always been a thing. Um, College kids partying every chance that they get. Can you give me an example of a Cajun accent? Go watch Swamp People. That'll be your Cajun accent. Hey, Ashes, how are you? So, without the cameras that they found BK on that night, can't they use them to see who or what was going on at the house that morning? It seems like if they saw him on that camera, the car, at what was it, 401, 404, whatever, and then again at 420, then they should have been able to see who I was outside of that house that morning. Ashes, I'm doing good, thank you. White Little Baby is now going to listen to Swamp People, y'all. Hey, Tree Baby, how are you? Google Ed Oron for a Cajun accent. I've never heard of them. Avani, how are you? So you know those police officers that were in the field were only 300 feet. Yes, they were super, super close. And if I'm not mistaken, what time was it that they left? Or that it was like 3 something? They're claiming that the first time they saw Bryan show up on the camera was at 3:29, I believe it was, the first time they seen him go in there. So it seems like Bryan would have had to have passed those cops at the Banfield. And it seems like those cops, body cam would have picked his car up past it. Seems to me that the 8 hours in between, they should have looked at that as soon as they found the other footage. Yeah, because it would have shown anybody, like I said, if it showed this car that they're claiming all these different times, turn around. And it shows 3:20 something, I think was the first time, all the way to 4:20 was the last time that it left. Then it should have showed if anybody from that area of that house leave after 4:20, but before the cops got there at 12 o'clock. Okay, so allegedly this kid who's speaking up says that he used to buy drugs from one of the four, and Emma. P-Fox, is that the one that's going on or went on Drunk Turkey? Because I'd seen where he was supposed to have somebody on, but I haven't had a chance to watch it if it's done came out. Let's see. Orgeron was the LSU football coach who won the national championship. Oh, okay. Let's see. If the slaughter was left open as initially reported, time of death may be harder to determine. Liver temp. I think it was the front door, wasn't it, that they said was open? Okay, thank you, Chrome Crazy. But yeah, the back door might have been left open, but I do know that because I've heard different stories about the front door. Somebody says that they claimed that they saw the front door open at, what was it, like 8 or 9 o'clock that morning when they were walking by the house. So I don't know if that is necessarily true because if it seems like the camera that's picking up Bryan's car would have been able to see if somebody went in or out of that front door or why it was left open. The neighbor walking. Okay, so that was like 8 or 9 o'clock, right? As one when they saw the front door open. But I mean, do we even know that that's even been confirmed? Let's see. Bryan was familiar enough to know to go out the slaughter door. I mean, uh, they're claiming that he was in the area of the house 12 times total. I wonder if he had ever walked up, like in the middle of the night, if he had ever walked up to the house to kind of get a feel of things. That's why I always thought that he was in the house during a party, possibly, just so he can get the layout of the house. The layout is very different, I guess you could say. And it's not a layout that you can just look at a floor plan or um, at pictures on the internet and remember the layout. I think it's unless you just look at it constantly. I mean, look how many times the layout's been looked at, or even with a virtual tour just from people on YouTube. And there's still a lot of people who don't remember where all the rooms are at or get the layout of the house. That's why I think see you later. I think that's how he was able to go upstairs and know where Maddie's room was or whoever he was looking for upstairs. And then that step right there, right outside of Dylan's room that goes from the living room into the kitchen area. It's somebody who is in a house that is dark, that is not familiar with the layout, is going to trip and fall right there. Especially if they're in there doing what he did. And probably in a hurry and trying to make sure that they don't get caught and all that. It just seems like he would have tripped in that area, and apparently he didn't. See, there are pictures on there from when the house was empty and rooms for rent, a whole description of the house, including rents and amenities. Right. See, you wouldn't really need to have been in the house if he had sit in the back to see the girls. He went. I mean, yeah, he could have been where they're claiming that this camera was at. I still want to know more about this camera. And if this camera had anything to do with Bryan. Not necessarily Bryan putting the camera there, but the people who put the camera there, did they know Bryan? Did they put the camera there for Bryan? So he could stalk these girls when he wasn't in the area. See, did they ever debunk the tripod science project in the student yard? As one, they claimed the dude did to begin with that the camera was there. Then he came back and said no, he was just lying, that the camera really wasn't there. And then he came back and said that it was there. Okay, so the kid said that the frats knew by 9:30, so the sororities knew before that. I mean, what's the lady? Kim? She's claiming that everybody knew by 10 o'clock. Okay, back to work. Thanks for keeping me delayed. I still think that they got the wrong guy. Have a night. Pressure drop. Thank you so much for coming and hanging out with us. I hope you have a wonderful night. So Caden Young was seen in one of the police body cam videos during the noise complaints calls last fall. D22, do you know which one of those body cam footages it was? Because I know there was the one where they go to Jack Gee's house. And then they walk from there and they go over to the girl's house during the daylight. And that's when Kaylee comes out the back door and they talk to her. Sweet Candy, have a wonderful night, honey. And then there was another 2 body cam footages from the same night, but one was before midnight, one was after midnight. The first one, it was like super dark when they went up there, and that's when their neighbor Emily opened the door. Then they ended up calling, or Maddie called, and they got Maddie on the phone. And then later on that night, after midnight, is when they went back, and Xana came to the door. No. Okay, D22, no hurry. Just if you do come across it or whatever, if you don't mind, could you email it to me? Or let me know which one it is whenever you find it. So the whole evidence collection will get tossed. On the video, you can see them walking in and out of contaminating the area. I think that Ann Taylor. Now this other lady, Elisa or Elisa or whatever her name is. I don't want to mispronounce her name, but she's gonna fight that whole evidence thing from that house. Especially if she can prove that there was kids walking in that house before the police got there. I think she's gonna fight that big time. Sweet Candy, you are very welcome, honey. D22, that's perfectly fine. Just like I said, whenever you get time, it'll be fine. Let's see, little Lars bitch. I'm gonna be honest though, y'all. I can't wait to hear Ann Taylor in action. I really can't. It's gonna be interesting to hear how that defense is, especially with this other lady that's on there now. Let's see. Do you have the video where the cops were walking up and the two girls come out looking like Emma and Ashlyn were walking out, act like that they don't know who lives there? Lori and CJ, that was the one that was that night, and I think that was the first uh that night, the first time they went there, wasn't it? Okay, it's just gonna be just like a object over and over again. Yeah, but she's probably gonna object to a lot of things, but I think she's gonna put more of a fight up though. Where Lori's attorneys was just whining about everything, objecting to everything, just to be act like they're there doing something. Where I think that Ann Taylor and this other lady, it's gonna be more intense. When they object to something, it's going to be like they're going to give a whole definition and reason and like a whole 9 yards of why they're objecting. It's going to be, I think, quite different than what we've heard with Letitia or Lori's defense attorneys. Let's see. So that's why they're suppressing the 911 call. Numerous people was on the phone with the dispatcher allegedly. So I think it will be calculated. Probably. I don't see Ann Taylor going like you've seen some attorneys that will they kind of go wild with it. I guess you could say. I think Ann's going to be more calculated, or whatever attorney is questioning the witness or presenting evidence or whatever it is. I think it's going to be a whole calculated type thing. Okay, so if you look at Emma's DUI body cam, it looks like the same two girls walking out of King, in my opinion. I'll have to find those videos, P-Fox. Okay, so I think so. I'm curious if people agree it looks like Emma. So it's really hard to tell about the other girl. She doesn't look similar to the same girl in the car with Emma when pulled over video. I'll have to see if I can find that and look at it. And I might have seen it. I know that the video you're talking about of the two girls walking out of the house are walking away from the house because the cops stop them. And it was like super dark. And they claimed that they didn't know who lived there, but yet they were walking from the house. A long time ago, a lawyer, told me that they're going to have a hard time because of the media was there for so long. Bryan, the media was where for so long? That's a good point. We all saw them inside day in, day out. I just think it's going to be a completely different trial. I think the prelim is going to be completely different. I think that if this goes to trial, it's going to be completely different than what we've seen recently. No gloves, no booties, no masks. The damn house swabs was not even blocked. Yeah, I don't know. Bryan, you could be right. And if there was a party the night before with 150 people in that house, she's going to bring that up too. When it comes to the whole DNA thing and the DNA collection of inside the house and evidence and all that. Let's see. I think that there's a real possibility that's Tonka. I mean, if he's the one who done it, I hope it's not dismissed. Um, because then there's no justice for the victims. There's no justice for the families if that happens. Okay, let's see. Oh wait, I'm trying to put something in the chat, and that is not even right. All right. Okay, I'm about to. So many puzzling things in this case. Joanne, that is correct. There's things that's been told that it turns out to be something else. There's new rumors coming out all the time. We don't like the information that's coming out. We don't know if it's true or if it's just a rumor because they can't because of the gag order. They can't come back and say the police or even the defense attorneys or the state, they can't come out and say this is a rumor. We need to clarify this. We need to clear this up. And that's the reason why a lot of the rumors run rampant. And it makes people wonder and speculate, and you have all these, like you're saying, Joanne, all these puzzling things that it's just one big cluster fuck of stuff. Okay, so if it does get dismissed, it'll be the fault of Ellie. Okay, that's why she keeps asking for more people on her team, and Taylor wants to find a technicality. And it seems like, I mean, I'm not going to say that she's not a good attorney because I'm pretty sure she is. Uh, but this other lady is supposed to be like a top-notch attorney. So it's like she's finding all of these good people. And then the Jay Logston dude, I don't know a whole lot about him. Let's see, if they want to put up 100,000, they can download military satellite images from several hour time frame. It'll see any cars. Didn't they do that on it wasn't Gabby Petito's case, but the girls that was in Moab that were murdered at the time that Gabby and Bryan was there? Crystal and Colin. Didn't they use the satellite imagery to try to figure out a time in like a car and all that? Of that, because they were at like a little campground type thing. I want to say that they used the satellite imagery. The private investigator got it. Hey Ray, how are you? Okay, so if he gets off on a technicality, then he will die. I think that if he happens to get off on it, I think somebody's going to end up taking him out. I think that there's a lot of people that would be very upset if he walked. See, Lost, you had that video JLR showed, and I think others have shown it. It's when Emma gets stopped by the police and she gets a DUI. Millennials, I don't have it. I would have to try to find it. Okay, so obviously there's some type of exculpatory evidence, and that could play a huge role. Tonka, they keep screaming about this exculpatory evidence. Ian Taylor does. Okay, so obviously, all right. Some Ghirardelli brownies. That does sound good. All right. BK and BF were making googly eyes at each other. I mean, I don't know. They're claiming that Bethany has exculpatory evidence. So that's where we hear the word to begin with. That's why they want to subpoena her. And then it ends up being where that's taken away, and then they're going to do, she agrees to do an interview with them. Then they put in this other paperwork that they have exculpatory evidence. Ray, I'm doing good. Then they put it in their, what was it? Hold on, I gotta go back to, it was one of, I believe there were, hold on. I want to make sure I get the correct name of the document. The motion to compel discovery. Where the heck is my StreamYard? There was two. Okay, so this is, I went over this the other day, but it's the motion to compel discovery. And it's from the defendant's first supplemental request for discovery and the second request for discovery that the state, for whatever reason, still has not turned over to the defense. But there's two different things in here. Let's see. So from the first supplemental request for discovery, it said that all lab testing, including photographs and color diagrams and bench notes, including but not limited to the copies of the lab reports detailing the forensic evidence collection and analysis of items recovered, Bryan Kohberger's parents' home and trash cans and other receptacles, and Bryan Kohberger's Hyundai Elantra. So as of May the 4th, counsel for Kohberger has not received the requested material, and based upon information and beliefs, these reports contain exculpatory evidence. So that was like the second time that they mentioned about having exculpatory evidence. Then there was another one on here. Right here. Out of the second request for discovery, all reports, notes, and recordings and photos. So as of May the 4th, the counsel for Kohberger has not received the requested material. On information and belief, counsel believes these materials contain exculpatory evidence. And I'm going to be honest, I don't think they have anything. I think they're just throwing that word out there to make people think that they have something on him that could get him off. When in fact they have nothing. I'm going to see, it's probably not ready yet. It takes time for lab to get back. Weeks. And to put it all together takes time. They need to take a seat. Let's see. Has there ever been an autopsy report on the girl in Dallas or the family I haven't heard anything else about the girl from Dallas. I looked a couple weeks ago. It was where my computer went out, and there wasn't anything new about the case. I think there was some stuff hidden with that one too, though. And where was that other comment? And King Scarlet, where you were talking about it probably takes time. That is true, especially like you're saying the lab and stuff. But the reports and notes, recordings, photos, stuff like that, they should have done had that, I would think. And they also wanted training records of specific officers. They don't put the specific officers in this, but there was some uh, that was named before. They haven't got any of that information. And then they're also wanting the recording and notes from the interrogation of Bryan by Detective Payne. And they haven't got that yet either. So I wonder what's taken that so long. Let's see. Caden received care at Harborview Medical Center before he was discharged at about 2 a.m. and picked up by the friend who lives in Centralia. Let's see. He died about 9 a.m. The Chronicle. Okay, I'm writing that down. D22 so I can keep up with it. Okay, all it takes time to do it right because this lady is going to try to find something. Yeah, she's probably she's gonna pick through every bit of this stuff like a fine tooth comb. It's almost gonna be like a game of finding a needle in a haystack for her. Let's see, how could they have interrogated him when his Pennsylvania defense lawyer said that he only made a few brief statements, but once he realized the charges, he invoked his fifth? They could have questioned him. Because Detective Payne is in Idaho, probably once he was extradited back to Idaho. Uh, but she's asking for recordings and notes from the interrogation. And if he would have been questioned by Detective Payne, she would have had to have been there if she was his attorney. So is she asking for these notes and recordings from an interview that they did with him before he was arrested and before he went to Pennsylvania? Tonka, it was like a Lori thing. He thought he was going to get away with it. Okay, two people in custody after a man dies of apparent overdose. Okay, thank you, D22. Okay, let me write this down real quick. Give me just a second, y'all. I'm just writing this down. Okay, in Centralia Apartments. Okay. Okay, so I have to say, if the animal was drug tested and came up positive on something, that's going to cloud her judgment on credibility. I wonder, though, if they did drug test her. Because it was said in the beginning that she was drug tested that morning and tested positive for drugs. But then we didn't hear anything else about it after that. Let's see, wouldn't they have included that in his arrest PCA? Papa Rogers, you're talking about the interrogation part of it, like what he would have said or whatever. Because the way they got it worded in this thing right here, it's almost like they questioned him before he was arrested, before he ever left to go to Pennsylvania. Because if he was interrogated after he was brought back to Idaho from Pennsylvania, she would have been in there with him when he was being questioned, and she would have had all the information. Or it seems like to me anyway. Hold on. Let me see what this is real quick. Give me just a second, y'all. Good Lord, that was loud. Mm, all right. Do we know what a baby who that belongs to? That channel? Let's see, Bryan got a that thing. You got a ticket tailgating. Let's see. Wasn't he interrogated by Moscow? I I'm crazy. I don't know. I mean, I would have thought that he would have been questioned when he came back to Idaho from Pennsylvania. I mean, that would have made sense, but she's like, she would have had to have been there with him. She was already appointed his attorney. So any questioning that would have went on, she would have been there with him. So she's asking for all notes and recordings from all the officers from Moscow Police Department. And as of May the 4th, counsel for Mr. Kohberger has not received recordings and notes from the interrogation of Mr. Kohberger by Detective Payne. So if he would have been interrogated after he would have been extradited back to Idaho, she would have been there, so she would have had all that. Or I would have think anyway. Like she would have known, the questions that he asked and all of that. Okay, so let's wait. What is this? With what just happened in Henrietta and the police cover up like a proper investigation is not far cry to think that same could happen in a small town like Moscow. Gloria and CJ for sure. I mean, just look at the Moscow website. All the phone calls that they get, like 911 calls and all that, their daily call activity, they don't even write reports up for half the shit that goes on up there. Hey Megan, how are you? So I'm pretty sure that there's a lot of stuff up there that is covered up. That's not done by the book. There's probably stuff that goes on that we know there's no reports made. Let's see, Latah County Coroner Kathy Mabbitt this week dismissed the toxicology findings as being useful to provide any new clues and leads for investigators. Why would she do that? So now that they're not going to put it out of what the toxicology reports, like what was in them or whatever. Unique Van Life, how are you? Okay, so how many continuance does each side get? I P-Fox, I don't know. Let me see if I can Google that. Let's see. Sorry. Good. Sorry, it's been a while. Hope you're doing well. Unique van life. Yes, I'm doing good. I hope you are as well. Okay, let's see. Hold on, let's see if we can Google it. Hmm. Let's see if it's a legitimate reason. It's unlimited. Well, let's see what it says here. Well, this just tells what a continuance is. It's an extension to the time granted to the parties involved in a legal proceeding before or during their trial. Okay, so there is no specific length of time a continuance must be, but they don't tell me how many each side gets. Let's see. All right, I don't. I'm looking P Fox because that one there did not say. It doesn't. I don't see how many. Like a specific answer. Okay. No, okay. So wait. Let me see what this one says. Wait. What the heck? That is not right. Okay, so it says here no set number of continuances are allowed in a court case. So whether continuances are granted and how many are granted rests entirely upon the discretion of the court. So there's no set number. Amy, how are you? Okay. So I think it has to be good. Yeah, I mean it had to be a good reason why they're asking for the continuance, but there's no specific number. So however many the judge sees fit to give them to either side, that's what they get. So let me go back up here. I'm gonna grab my stuff for Lori real quick, y'all. Okay. Brian Hoffman, what is Stickergate? I feel like I've heard something about Stickergate before. I just don't remember exactly what it is. So Michelle says, in my town, it depends on whether or not they've waived their right to a speedy trial. Okay, the Chronicle is a Centillion newspaper. It is now owned by the Seattle Times as of 2022. Okay, so D22, that's the one with the article about Caden, right? I need to write that down. Let's see. All right. Owned by the Seattle Times. All right. I've got all that right down. That way I can go through and find it a little bit easier. Okay. See, it was bad. Uh, oh, never mind, Brian. I know what it's from now. I remember where I heard it from. The whole Stickergate thing. Okay. Okay, if y'all have not done, hit the thumbs up. Please go do so. If y'all don't mind. D22, thank you so much for all the information on that. And then that way I can go, because I do want to look more into it, into Emma and all that. So that'll be easier for me to find the whole article and everything on it. Let's see. That is the article. Bryan, you'll have to email the article to me if you don't mind. Let's see. Then they finally fessed up right before he was about to get in real trouble. I remember when there was something brought up. I want to say it was about the Brady Giglio stuff in Bryan's case, and there was. I think that's where I heard it from, and they were explaining one of the cases with the Brady stuff and all that, and it came up with the whole sticker gate thing. Oh, see, I shall. You will find. Thank you, Bryan. Yeah, just email it to me. I'll have to see if that's the same thing that I'm thinking of. Let's see. Do you think Little Liar will try to bring this in saying it goes to credibility? Let's see, you don't lie to your judge for a year. I don't know. I'm just to the point where I can't wait for the whole prelim because now we've got 43 days left, y'all. And I really can't wait until it starts. Okay, y'all, hold on. I'm sitting here with my chat not on live chat. Okay. Let's see. So that is why they are now searching the lab. Who brought that up the other night? That Moscow got a search warrant for their lab. See you later. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. They issued themselves a search warrant on their own lab because they have to. Bryan, that might have been you that said that then. I remember somebody saying the other night that Moscow had done a search warrant on their lab, which is really weird. Okay, so nationwide, excuse me, some prosecutors and law enforcement agencies keep Brady lists of officers who can be excluded from testimony or investigations for reason that can deem them untrustworthy. I'm curious to know what officer it is, though, that they're bringing all this up on, the whole Brady Giglio thing. Let's see. I emailed you the Seattle Times article and a few others. Okay, let me look at it real quick. Okay, that's about it. Um, White Widow Baby, I didn't get it. Unless it just hasn't came through yet. See, I don't believe Ellie has been disingenuous in the case. I just think that it is too big for the police department and 90 years experience or not. Yeah, it was 90 years experience between all the officers. And I get that it's a small department, but that's still not a lot of years. I completely agree that they don't have the experience to deal with a murder case, especially 4 in one place like this, and then dealing with like the social media aspect of it that came along. I don't think they had the experience to do it. I just wish that they wouldn't have told one thing and then turn around and told something else, and then when the whole PCA come out, it was something completely different. So the only officer in Moscow that would not be on the Brady list would be Officer Barney Fife. Boomer girl, you said that you had asked me about it. What? I must have missed your comments. What were you talking about that you had asked me about? DNA is going to be very interesting. Super, super interesting. And I don't know why I'm not getting White Widow Baby's uh, emails. Let's see. Let's see, it was me. Okay, it's like how many hour service classes? I got something with hearsay and expert witness. Okay, Brian, you lost me, Brian. Okay, so Pain could be on the go with the 2 years. Head dude can't do it. One is on the Brady list, who they call Ghostbusters. Oh, Boomer Girl, I had seen where you said I had asked you about it, so I was telling you that I must have missed what you were if you had asked me a question. Heavy Metal Rehab, how are you? So the defense has asked a few times for all the information on how they process the DNA. They still have not received it. Yeah, there's a lot that they haven't received on as far as the DNA. Nothing from Bryan's car, nothing from his parents' house in Pennsylvania, or when he was even arrested in Pennsylvania, from the trash can, anything. Send it. Oh, you sent it in. Okay, so that's why I didn't see it. Okay, hold on just a second. Okay, so the Chronicle. Here we go. So I got the Chronicle, the Idaho Press. Okay. Sorry about that, White Widow Baby, because it only showed that there was uh, one attachment in it, so that's why I didn't know that there was more. Okay, so two people in custody after a man dies of apparent overdose in the Centralia apartment. So this is going to be the one that D22 was telling me about. So give me a second and I will pull this up. Check out the TikTok video. Okay. Okay, so why would they not hand it over if they did it properly? Heavy metal rehab? That's a good question. Because you don't want it to end up being something sort of like what happened with Lori Vallow's case. The state didn't turn over everything in a timely manner, and then the defense argued that they didn't have time to prepare for their case for it being a uh, a death penalty case, and they took the death penalty off the table for her. Then she's found guilty on all charges today. She could have been sentenced to death for what she did to her kids and to Tammy if if the state would have done what they were supposed to. And I don't want that to end up being the same thing with Bryan's case. The state doesn't turn everything over. And like you're saying, if they're doing everything by the book and it's done properly, then there should be no issue with them sending it over. That's what's not making any sense. Like, what is taking them so long? I get this stuff from Pennsylvania may take a little bit, but there was stuff that was sent from Pennsylvania within just a day or so. They gathered trash, sent it to Idaho, got a DNA match off the trash and off the sheath, not Bryan's DNA off the trash, but a match to his dad, and got an arrest warrant, all which is in a matter of hours on opposite sides of the U.S. So Why can they not get information that should already be in Idaho and get that sent over? Because I mean, all that trash was sent to Idaho. It's not like that they're waiting for some type of stuff out of Pennsylvania. I'm pretty sure that car and everything else was probably sent back to Idaho. It was, yeah, probably heavy metal rehab. It might have been 24 hours. It was done in a very quick time because he was seen at 4 o'clock in the morning throwing the trash out in his neighbor's trash can. They go right then and collect the trash. It's sent to Idaho right then. They do a DNA testing on it. They get a hit showing that it's his dad. Therefore, it proves that it's Bryan's DNA on the sheath. There's a probable cause done, and then or a PCA to get their arrest warrant, and then it what was it 1:30 the following morning or 48 hours later, maybe we'll give them that. They're raiding his parents' house. And I mean, that was December the 30th. We're like 5 months into him, 4.5 months into him being arrested. It shouldn't take that long to get all this stuff turned over to the defense. They're going to mess around, and the defense is going to motion the court for the death penalty to be taken off or for a dismissal or something. And it's going to be the fault of the states. All right, let me read this real quick to y'all. So this is the Emma girl. Emma Bailey, 22 of Moscow, Idaho, and Demetrius Robinson, 36 of Tacoma. Now, where the car that, if y'all seen it, Elena from Truth and Transparency, this dude, brother, owns a white Hyundai Elantra, and he lives in Tacoma. Like, she found where the guy's house was. I looked it up on maps, and there sits a white Elantra in his driveway. I seen it wasn't even Idaho that got the hit on the DNA. They had to send it. See, heavy metal rehab, that's what I've heard. That came from the Howard dude. But I'm curious to know how Howard Bloom found that out with a gag order. Because think of how quick that still was. If they didn't get a hit in Idaho, so they turn around and send it to a DNA place in Texas, that was even less time, if you think about it. Okay, Emma used to DoorDash as well. Okay, call me crazy, but every time I see Emma, I think how much she looks like BK. Really? She does have those funny looking eyes. I know millennials, and that's all Lori Vallow is going to get to. That's life. Okay, so it's when was this? When did this come out? Okay, so this article came out when March the 22nd on Wednesday. But this is the one that D22 was talking about in the chat a few minutes ago. Hold on, what is this? So it says the two people were arrested on drug offenses after law enforcement connected them to the overdose-related death of a 22-year-old man in Centralia on Tuesday. Officers with the Centralia Police Department responded at about 9 a.m. on March 21st to a report that the man, who was found by his friend in an apartment in the 3000 block of Bullhurst Avenue, was unconscious and not breathing, according to the news release from the police department. So according to the friend, the man was visiting from the University of Idaho in Moscow and had attended a party in Seattle the night prior where he overdosed. He received care at Harborview Medical Center before he was discharged at about 2 o'clock and picked up by the friend who lives in Centralia. A friend told law enforcement that the man went to sleep and stopped breathing shortly before the friend dialed 911, according to the court documents. The man's official cause of death has not been released, and when a preliminary investigation revealed illegal drug use was involved in the man's death, Centralia detectives launched a controlled substance homicide investigation, according to news release from the Centralia Police Department. So, due to the suspicion of fentanyl being involved, detectives requested assistance from the Joint Narcotics Enforcement Team, which is called JNET, according to the news release. So, the poisonous effects of fentanyl are killing individuals and devastating families. And with the recent amounts of deadly fentanyl that have been seized in our area, the Centralia Police Department and JNET have made it a priority to not only reduce the manufacturing and distributing and transporting of illegal drugs and guns within the community, but also to identify and arrest all the subjects who are involved in the delivery or illegal deadly drugs like fentanyl, the Centralia Police Department stated in a news release on Wednesday. So while law enforcement officials suspect that fentanyl was involved, the two people arrested Tuesday, identified as Emma Bailey, 22, of Moscow, Idaho, and Demetrius Robinson, 36, of Tacoma, are accused of delivering cocaine to the man shortly before he'd overdosed at the Seattle party. Because fentanyl, a highly addictive synthetic opioid 50 to 100 times stronger than morphine, is cheaper and more addictive than most controlled substances, it is frequently mixed into other drugs, including cocaine. So, at the request of the detectives, a man's friend sent a social media message to Bailey in an attempt to ruse her into a meetup to purchase more narcotics. But Bailey allegedly advised that she was not willing to sell that. The man had that she was not willing to sell, that a man had died in Dee's arms and the man needed to get healthy. So when law enforcement located Bailey and Robinson at a residence in Des Moines, Idaho, they reportedly found some loose white powder substance, several $100s in cash, of small bills, assorted sizes of small baggies, bottles of white powder, vitamins, and empty capsules in a bag sold for the purpose of self-loading, according to court documents. Bailey and Robinson were booked into the Lewis County Jail at about 10 p.m. on Tuesday. They were each charged with one count of conspiracy to commit violation of a Uniform Controlled Substance Act in the Lewis County Superior Court on Wednesday. The charge is considered a Class B felony, which carries a maximum penalty of 10 years in prison. So bail was set at $100,000 each on Wednesday. Bailey and Robinson each have an arraignment hearing scheduled on Thursday, March the 23rd. And then the police department encourages anyone with information about the man's death to call the Centralia Police Department. It only has their phone number. So I think that she probably needs to be looked more into. See, Google Map Emma's address, roam around. There's a path. There's a path of steps in the woods from her street, straight Greek Row. Thank you. See you later. P Fox, can you email me her address and I can look into it? Because the only address that I have is for this D dude, this Demetrius. I have his brother's address, but that's it. I don't have her address. Let's see. Rolling in at Mrs. selling drugs while delivering for DoorDash, Phillips County. Okay. Let's see. Have you ever seen a fast food bag that didn't have grease stains after sitting around? No, Crime Solver, I have not. Like any fast food or any bag with fast food in it is going to have grease stains. Let's see. Bryan, that is true. Bags of cash don't get greasy. So conspiracy charges never sit right with me like they did. Like they do it or not? Thinking about doing it can't be a charge. Maybe I just don't get it. Oh, King Scarlet, I know that in some places, and this could be in all the states in the U.S., but um, there are some places that if you get convicted of conspiring to commit murder, it's basically the same sentence as you committing the murder. I don't know if that's how it is with all conspiracy charges. I would assume that it is, but I wonder why Bailey and this Robinson guy, they wasn't charged with murder, but they were the ones that sold the drugs to him. They said that it was only was it a class B felony that they got? Okay, very odd that Caden was treated and released from the hospital, then died 7 hours later. I wonder why they didn't keep him, or did he check himself out, or whatever? I mean, it seems like uh, they would have kept him and maybe offered him rehab or something like that. Had a picture on Twitter with a diploma and the white line of powder with some dudes. WSU. I used to cut the lines. Let's see, didn't age well. Hey, y'all, hold on for just 1 second. Okay, what is it, White Widow baby? Let's see. Did I miss something in the chat? Okay. All right. I have one other thing. Oh, I disappeared. I know I was talking to Troll, so I just muted and then told him to hold on so I could come back and tell y'all to hold on for something for for just a second. Because I'm so used to telling y'all to hold on before I mute. And this time I didn't. Okay, so when did this article come out? Hey Shane, how are you? Okay, so this article was found earlier today and it's from 2019, but it talks about, let me see if this is the one that I did read. And it talks about the task force addresses regional drug issues. And informants, officers work to find larger suppliers near Pullman by going undercover. And it's talking about Pullman, uh, Lewiston, Clarkston, and Moscow. Let's see. Okay, let me get this pulled up here real quick. I'll read this one before I end it for tonight. Okay, so like I said, it says task force addresses regional drug issues. Informants, officers work to find larger suppliers near Pullman by going undercover. And it came out April the 9th of 2019. It's an older article, but still talking about the drug problems that they have in the area. All right. So it says the Quad City Drug Task Force presented to the Pullman Police Advisory Committee about past drug cases and what the task force does. Brock Germer, Pullman police officer and the task force members, said that their members are from the agencies in Pullman and towns in Idaho that include Lewiston, Clarkston, and Moscow. The task force also includes officers from Whitman, Latol, Nez Perce, and Azotin counties. So the organization works closely with confidential informants who will purchase illegal drugs in a controlled situation for the task force while undercover, Gurman says. And the officers wear plain clothes, so arrested individuals might have the opportunity to work as a confidential informant under a contract, he said. The contract will depend on the severity of the crime. I mean, they're putting this shit out, and I know that it happens in places where people get arrested and they don't want to go to jail, so they start ratting people out. But they're putting this out, and then it doesn't take a rocket scientist to realize who's a snitch. You just watch the people who get arrested for drugs, and they don't do any time. They don't get in a whole lot of trouble for it, and they're right back out, and they're right back doing the same thing. So it's kind of obvious. All right. So he says that there is a challenge of established reliability and credibility as the task force is reliant on the informant. We have to be very careful to corroborate what they are telling us, Gurman said. He said that the task force will work multiple cases at one time with a focus on finding the sources of the drugs. Pullman Police Chief Gary Jenkins said that the task force is overseen by a board composed of sheriffs and chiefs from each participating agency, as well as the prosecuting attorneys. He said that the task force has tracked drugs that came from the Tri-Cities and Spokane. The flow of drugs that came from Spokane and Tri-Cities goes through Pullman and works its way through Moscow, Troy, and the surrounding cities. He said that he worked a case where a fraternity pressed their own Xanax pills in Pullman, which would have been at WSU. So it was a large operation, Gurman said, and people from Seattle came to Pullman to purchase these drugs. There are people out there that are addicted and they need help. Chances are they won't catch them unless they're out there committing crimes. The task force deals with many cases, most of which involve meth and heroin. In Pullman, cocaine and Molly are prevalent, Gurman said, and they have seized vehicles, properties, and money in some drug busts. And many crimes are drug-related, like thefts, vehicle frauds, and DUIs, he said, and people will steal money and sell stolen items in order to get their next supply of drugs. And I think that the task force is a necessary thing before there's so much that goes on that even the regular patrol officers doesn't know about it. So they had a whole Xanax pill operation going on at WSU at one of the fraternities. See, they were most likely cutting. Yeah, and I mean, this was like in 2019, this article came out. So this has been going on in that area for 4 years now that we know of. Xana's mom she's been arrested for it. Maddie's dad had been arrested. I believe he served some time in prison. Maddie's stepmama, I believe she's got a drug charge. Uh, it's it seems like the drugs are running rampant in that area, and you have all these drug overdoses and people dying from it and getting arrested for it and all that. Okay, it's so bad that one of the new dealers are being charged for murder. It still could be, but I don't see proof of the kids having drug problems. Okay, read an article way back that says Tri-Cities has a big issue. Seems like they do, Roger. They've got this whole Tri-City, like this whole task force that's including Washington and Idaho towns. It's like, I mean, it's bad all over, but it seems like that area is like really, really bad. And, Bryan had a drug problem back when he was in Pennsylvania. Several people have talked about it. The one girl, what's her name, Casey, says that she took him to get the drugs and stuff, and she didn't know at the time that that's what she was taking him for. Just Amber, how are you tonight? I'm sorry, I saw you in here a minute ago and I didn't say hi. Let's see, did any of you hear a drunk turkey show earlier? A student there has came forward and said that the one of the victims did was sell him drugs before, and they knew Emma and T. I haven't got to watch it yet, just Amber, but I did hear about that there was supposed to be a one of the kids from there coming over on the show. And just Amber, I'm doing good, thank you. Truck scooter guy got busted. Let's see. Girl in white jacket was definitely ecstasy. She was the dude. Oh, Brian, I know who you're talking about on the grub truck video. I don't. I don't think she was mounting him. I do remember her running up and like bear hugging him and picking him up, but okay. Let's see. Some of that I think is crazy college biggie drunk stuff. Well, they if they have this task force that I just read about, and it's supposed to cover Pullman, Lewiston, Moscow, whatever the other two places were. It's part of the Tri City area, all that out in there. Where's all these drug busts at for Moscow and Pullman? If there's a huge problem there, why are they not busting the people for the drugs? They claim to know about it. I mean, they busted the ecstasy, or not the ecstasy, the Xanax peel press thing that they had going on. But where's all these other drug busts if it's such a huge, huge issue up there? Let's see, I sent you the sticker. Okay, thank you, Brian. Molly too heard that they did Molly sometimes. I've heard that too, Amber. Possibly would I think it's funny. They keep screaming that there's this big huge drug problem up there, and we know that there's got to be somewhat of a problem because we've heard about the kids who have died from up there. That's overdosed and stuff like that. So we know there's a problem, but where is the bust? Where's the drug bust? See, dear God, what if BK is an informant who better than a criminology student who knows how to act high? Oh my God, it sounds crazy. P Fox, I mean, honestly, it may sound crazy, but at this point, anything is possible with this case. Like you're saying, he knows how to act. He knows what it's like to be high because he was an addict. Who knows? Hey, Trollop, how are you? Let's see. That's interesting. Maybe would explain the unmarked car with no uniforms outside their house at 3 a.m. Possibly. I just think it's funny. They keep screaming huge drug issue, and then there's no drug bust. Hell, they don't even write reports on anything up there. So Um, what I highly doubt that they're going to go out and bust people on a bunch of different drugs because they're all more than likely, if the truth was known, and this is just my opinion, there's probably a lot of law enforcement in that area and all those surrounding areas that this whole drug task force is part of is probably involved in the drug business. Hey, who's that girl? How are you? See, person not found. No, yeah, they'll do a wellness check. They don't find the person. They don't write a report on it. They don't. They don't do a follow up. Nothing. Michelle, have a good night. And I mean, where we live at, I mean, our parish that we live in is not huge, but and we're from a small area. We have one store here. We're from just a small community. And in our area, there's several different arrests. There could be two or three arrests in a day, or there may be one. You would think with Moscow, with the problem that they're having up there, that there would be multiple arrests a day, every day. Thank you, Michelle. Let's see what police does a welfare check. Can't find. Bryan Moscow is the only one. But like I said the other night, they will go out and do a welfare check on someone and not find the person, and they don't do a report. But you let a stray dog be running up and down the street, and they will write a report on it. See you later. That is true. Wouldn't be the first time that Ellie involved in the drugs and criminal activity. Look at our leader. Yeah, that is true. See, the steps are awful willing to drive. Okay, thank you, P Fox. It's like their priorities for certain things are higher than what they really need to be, because when you go out on a welfare check for someone and you can't find that person, there should be a report and then multiple follow-ups and getting in touch with family members and putting bolos out, and there's none of that at all. It's like they don't care about people like they should. Let's see, a lot of drug busts in the Tri-City areas. Okay, they love giving noise complaints. Yes, King Scarlet. But I mean, it's a college town. You know what I mean? All the college kids all live close together. When you live in a college town and you live amongst other college students in college housing that is off campus, you should suspect that there's going to be loud noises, parties, music, kids screaming and hollering. I mean, it people should expect that. There shouldn't be that many noise complaint calls. And it for whatever reason it seemed like that that little area, the little King Road area, was the only place that was getting noise complaint calls. Does anybody know of any other area off campus that had college housing that was getting noise complaint calls? I mean, it made no sense. Let's see, they flew him across the country with no cuffs in court. He said, even though drugs were involved, they still didn't deserve what happened to them. Just Amber, that is true. What young person doesn't go through some type of drug phase? I mean, some don't, but majority do. Yeah, no matter what, they nobody deserves something like that. And there's no proof that there was any type of drug activity going on at that house. But this Emma girl, we know that she has drug activity around her. Now, that doesn't mean that there was any of it going on at that house, though. And we won't know that as a fact unless it's brought out in court. Okay, so nobody gonna walk in a house with 6 cars outside, even if it was 6 females. Find it hard to believe dorky ass Bryan had the balls to walk in there alone. Let's see, I was getting caught underage drinking was real fear for me and my friends in college. So they wrote out MIPs like crazy. I mean, it's just like some things they, like I said, take priority over other things. It's almost like that. Like I said, that area they wanted to bust them for loud music. Which the one thing, the one day on the body cam footage when it was in the daylight and they go up to the guy's house first and then they walk around to the house and Kaylee comes out the back door. I never even heard the music coming from Kaylee and his house. They're claiming that they did, the police. So it was like that little area. There was always something wrong or something that they didn't like going on in that one little area. Yeah, I unless it was just the body cam footage didn't pick it up, I didn't hear it. And they're claiming that there was a big speaker at the back door, which it was, but I only heard the music at the guy's house. Okay, y'all, I'm about to get out of here. I need to go to bed. Okay, I think Gen 4 found the address, maybe. Okay, wait, did she put it in the... I don't see Jen. Where's Jen at? I don't... Jen, if you're still in here, can you email the address to me, please? Wait, okay, so Emma's house, where she lives with her parents, is so close to King Road, Valencia. Okay, so Jen E4, can you email it to me? If you don't mind? All right. Give me just a second. All right. Daylight, have a good night. Oh, also, I've already emailed you. Okay, thank you, Chrome Crazy. So I'm about to get out of here, y'all. I'm super happy that the computer worked great. Didn't have any issues. There was no lagging. Everything pulled up super, super quick. So I'll send you the... Okay, thank you, Bryan. I will check it out in just a few minutes. Crime Solver, thank you so much, and happy Mother's Day to everyone. I will be doing a live Sunday night, but in case I don't see y'all Sunday or tomorrow, I would like to wish all of the mothers out there a happy Mother's Day, and all of the dads out there who have to do the same thing that moms do. Happy Mother's Day to you as well. See, boredom drinking. Okay, I'm just trying to catch up. Thank you, Loves Crime Crazy. You're very welcome, and thank you. D22, have a good night. So I love you all. Thank you all so much for everybody who did the gifting of the memberships, super chats, super stickers. Thank you all. You guys are awesome. King Scarlet, thank you so much. I hope you have a wonderful night. So I love you all. Have a good night, and I will see y'all tomorrow.